Chapter 42:21. You're going to the South Island? Hong Zhong was slightly stunned when he heard the news from Lin Yi. He quickly reminded him. The South Island is the base camp of the spirit beasts, and they've always rejected humans. If it's not necessary, I advise you not to go there. Shopkeeper Hong, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to the South Island. I'm just going to the Wuxia territorial waters near the South Island. Lin Yi quickly explained with a smile. Oh, that's not a problem. Apart from the South Island itself, there are many human cultivators living on the islands nearby. Hong Zhong was relieved. He thought for a while and said, the Wuxia territorial waters is a place where people of good and bad mix together. It's said that it's very chaotic, but there's a branch of our Hong Chamber of Commerce there. The shopkeeper is called Wei Xiaodong, and he's an old friend of mine for many years. After you go there, you can reveal your identity. If you need anything from him, just let me know. Wei Xiaodong. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, shopkeeper Hong. Lin Yi smiled. The scene before him was somewhat familiar. Before he left for Mount Hutsai Tianwu, Hong Zhong also told him the same thing. However, at that time he introduced Kai Zhongyang. This time it was Wei Xiaodong. Now that he thought about it, it was all thanks to Hong Zhong's warning that Lin Yi was able to escape from the Middle Island in one piece and obtain so many benefits. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the Snow Sword faction since he could not even find a place to stay when he went to the Middle Island. It was unknown whether he could still be alive or not. Thinking of this, Lin Yi could not help but secretly laugh. This was the same familiar situation, and he did not know what the final outcome would be. Sai, there's no need to thank me. Even without my relationship, this is Wei Xiaodong's duty. Have you forgotten that you are now the honorary vice president of our Hong Consortium's Chamber of Commerce? Hong Zhong could not help but laugh. Haha, it's still confidential. Without a public announcement from your superiors, he might not even recognize me as an honorary vice president. Your old friendship is more reliable. Lin Yi shook his head. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for a few years, and I don't know what kind of situation he's in right now. However, if something unexpected happens, young hero Lin, you might as well directly reveal your identity as the honorary vice president. Even if someone suspects it, with the Hong Chamber of Commerce's internal information channels, they'll be able to quickly find the Middle Island headquarters to verify it. Don't underestimate this identity. In a small place like the Verdant Arc territorial waters, no one in the branch will dare to disobey you. Otherwise, it will be equivalent to betrayal, and the punishment will be very heavy, Hong Zhong warned. Okay, I got it. Lin Yi nodded. Although it was said that a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake, he and Huang Xiaotao were going to the Wuxia territorial waters, and they were unfamiliar with the people and the place. If even the Hong Chamber of Commerce branch there did not cooperate with them, it would indeed become very troublesome. If he really had no other choice, he could only use his power to suppress them. After bidding farewell to Hong Zhong, everything was ready. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao immediately set off to the Wuxia territorial waters. As Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird was an excellent flying spirit beast, the two of them naturally did not need to spend any extra effort. Two people and one bird could directly set off from the three major pavilions of the North Island to the Wuxia territorial waters. This distance almost spanned across the entire map of Heaven Stage Island, and the journey was not short. Even if the flying spirit beast traveled day and night without rest, it would still take at least 10 days. If there were any accidents or dangers along the way, needless to say, it would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, apart from the fact that Huang Xiaotao's spiritual bird wasn't very aggressive, it had excellent qualities in all other aspects. Not only was it fast, but it also flew steadily and had high alertness. Most importantly, it had super strong physical strength. These few qualities were very rare for a pure flying spiritual beast. In addition, the route that Lin Yi chose at the beginning was to advance along the edge of the coast, so the degree of safety was quite guaranteed. Therefore, the first few days were calm and there were no twists and turns. However, next they needed to cross the vast sea. This could not be helped. If they kept walking on the ground, although it was not impossible to reach the South Island, they would need to go all the way to the Middle Island, and then from the Middle Island to the South Island. The time needed for this would not be 10 days, 20 days, or even a month. It was such a long journey, and they had to carry two people on their back. Not to mention Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird. Even the best flying spirit beast would not be able to keep an eye on them. Moreover, the middle island's surroundings were strictly controlled. Unless the signs of those big forces were hung, they were not allowed to take off at all, let alone cross. This was not a small problem. Of course, if Lin Yi was riding on the special mount of the island master's pavilion in the will of heaven, then it would be a different story. Unfortunately, this was not the case. It's okay. As long as we keep enough vigilance, we can avoid any danger in advance. Don't worry too much. Lin Yi glanced at Huang Xiaotao. Seeing her nervous expression, he smiled and comforted her. I'm not afraid with you here. Huang Xiaotao nodded obediently. In fact, she was not unfamiliar with trial missions at all. In the past few years, she basically wandered around the North Island's Cultivators Guild when she had nothing to do, but she rarely left the North Island. Even if she left the island, she would at most go to places like Mount Tianwu, and would not go too far away. However, this time not only did they have to cross the entire Heaven Stage Island from the north to the south, but they also had to cross the vast sea. This was the first time in her history. In the past, she had heard many rumors about the dangers of crossing the sea. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous at all. Even so, she always felt inexplicably at ease when she sat next to Lin Yi, and the little bit of panic in her heart also disappeared. Crossing the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the sea beasts below, nor the ferocious birds in the sky, but the cultivators and the sea fog. Lin Yi let Huang Xiaotao snuggle up to him while he analyzed and explained to her to reassure her. Although the martial world is dangerous, human cultivators will not have too big a problem, as long as they pay attention, and don't let people get close to them easily. As for the sea fog, it is the most fatal trouble. Fortunately, we have prepared in advance so we don't have to worry too much. Chapter 42-22. Once they were within the range of the sea fog, the map was no longer of any use. Even if there were any signs that could assist in determining the direction, they could not be seen in the sea fog. The only thing they could rely on was the compass. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Yi specially prepared 2 special sea compasses. He carried one with him and Huang Xiaotao carried the other in case of emergencies. With the compass, it meant that no matter how thick the sea fog was, they did not have to worry about getting lost. As long as the direction was right, they would eventually reach their destination as long as they were careful. However, the compass was not foolproof. Just like the Bermuda Triangle in the secular world, it was said that there were special meteorite magnetic fields in some of the sea areas of the heavenly island that could disrupt the compass. If there was also the sea fog, once they fell into it, it would be really dangerous. Whether they could come out alive or not depended on God's will. Of course, the route chosen by Lin Yi had been personally verified by many people. It did not pass through the legendary Devil's Sea, so there was no need to worry about this. For the next few days, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao spent their time on the vast sea. Although it was a little monotonous, Huang Xiaotao did not feel bored at all. Instead, she was very happy. Strictly speaking, these few days were her and Lin Yi's world. Without any interference from outsiders, they could snuggle with their loved ones and quietly cross the vast sea. This was a romantic scene that many girls longed for. As for Lin Yi, although he had never been very open-minded about this kind of thing, he had to be vigilant at all times and stare at the compass, so he was not bored. This journey was not dangerous. The two did not encounter any trouble. Even if there were signs of hidden dangers, they were quickly detected by Lin Yi and avoided. There were no accidents. Not far ahead, it should be the verdant Arc Sea. Lin Yi looked ahead, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the map in his hand and said, "Really?" Huang Xiaotao was not surprised. Instead, she felt a little regretful. She muttered to herself, "Time really flies in the world of the two of us." "That's right, little Tao. Look, there are many people and flying spirit beasts in front of us. Only a cultivator settlement like the verdant Arc Sea region is able to survive. That's why there are so many people." Lin Yi pointed ahead. Huang Xiaotao raised her head and looked into the distance. She discovered that she could indeed see some moving dots in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that they were flying spirit beasts carrying people. This meant that even if they weren't in the verdant Arc Sea, they were already very close. Otherwise, if they were in the distant sea, They wouldn't be able to see a single person from day to night, just like the past few days. That's great. We can finally find a place to rest, Huang Xiaotao said happily. Although it was a pity to say goodbye to the world of the two of them. However, he had been stuck on the back of the spirit bird for the past few days. Even if he didn't do anything, he was still mentally exhausted. What he wanted to do the most right now was to find an inn. Soaking in a hot bath to relax was the highest form of enjoyment. Moreover, in her eyes, as long as she could be with Lin Yi, anywhere was a world for the two of them. Yeah. Lin Yi was also a little excited. After traveling across the sea for so many days, his nerves were tense and he didn't dare to relax at all. As a beginner Golden Elixir realm expert, he had no problems with his physical strength. However, the mental exhaustion that constantly accumulated was really not easy to bear. He really needed to find a place to rest. As the two of them spoke, they urged the spirit bird to speed up. However, before they could completely enter the verdant Arc Sea, a flying spirit beast suddenly rushed over and quickly approached them. Lin Yi was shocked. He couldn't help but think that he was a little too early to be happy. Aside from the sea fog, the biggest trouble on the sea was other cultivators. Just now, he was a little too happy and relaxed his vigilance, but he was immediately targeted. He turned his head to look at the person on the back of the flying spirit beast. The person sitting in the middle of the main seat was a man wearing a gray robe. From his appearance, he seemed to be only in his early 30s. However, this was obviously not his real age. Cultivators could maintain their appearance forever unless they actively aged or changed their appearance. Otherwise, even after hundreds of years, they would always look the same. There would be no change. Lin Yi glanced at this person. This man was quite handsome and belonged to the idol type that was very popular with girls. If he was in the secular world, he would probably be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment circle. However, with Lin Yi's keen perception, he found that under this person's sunny and handsome appearance, there was a very obvious trace of evil hidden. It was even much stronger than the current Su Lingchong and Meng Tong, making people feel afraid. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Beside this man were two young and beautiful female companions. Although they couldn't compare to a peerless beauty like Huang Xiaotao in terms of appearance, they were still rare beauties of high quality. Moreover, both of them were dressed in extremely revealing clothes. There were only two small pieces of cloth covering their private parts, and the rest of their fair and alluring bodies could be seen for all to see. Coupled with their seductive postures and provocative movements from time to time, it truly caused one's blood to boil. Their dressing was comparable to that of the bar girls in the secular world. Lin Yi secretly curled his lips. The Heaven Stage Island followed the ancient customs, and the concept of men and women was very traditional. They also attached great importance to the guard between men and women. Therefore, ordinary women dressed relatively conservatively. Only a foxy like Murongzhan would deliberately wear such revealing clothes. Compared to the two women in front of him, they were even more so. In addition to this man and two women, there was a stern-looking middle-aged man on the back of the flying spirit beast. Looking at his ordinary clothes, he should be a servant who sat in front and was responsible for driving the flying spirit beast. However, among the four of them, the one that Lin Yi cared about the most was this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man. The evil-looking man on the main seat was in the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm. He was not difficult to deal with. As for the two women beside him who were wearing revealing clothes, their strength was negligible. They were only in the foundational realm. Only this ordinary-looking middle-aged man, Lin Yi, could not see through his strength. Lin Yi was an expert in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. With his golden finger, he could see through all the realms within the Golden Elixir realm. However, he could not see through this middle-aged man's strength. This could only mean one thing. This middle-aged man must be a powerful expert above the original infant realm. Lin Yi could not help but be secretly shocked. To be able to make a powerful original infant realm expert willingly become a servant, what was the background of this evil-looking man? Chapter 42-23. However, Lin Yi didn't plan on interacting with them. After all, they weren't familiar with this place and there was a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge. If they were to fight, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the two of them. Therefore, Lin Yi didn't just sit there and wait for death. After asking Huang Xiaotao to sit tight, He immediately commanded the spirit bird to increase its speed to the extreme. The other party didn't seem to expect Lin Yi to suddenly increase his speed and was caught off guard. In an instant they were left behind. However, before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the flying spirit beast quickly caught up to them. In just a moment, it was already on par with the spirit bird they were riding on. Lin Yi was really shocked this time. One had to know that the speed of Huang Xiaotao's spirit bird was top-notch among flying spirit beasts. Only a very small number of ferocious spirit beasts could surpass it. If the other party was riding on a ferocious spirit beast, then it would be fine. However, they were clearly riding a very ordinary flying spirit beast. After taking a closer look, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. He suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be simply controlling the flying spirit beast. The middle-aged man with unfathomable strength clearly had one hand on the neck of the flying spirit beast. He didn't know what he did, but the originally docile flying spirit beast was now in a ferocious state. It was obvious that it was showing signs of being forcibly controlled and going berserk. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you two going to the Weiqian territorial waters? At this time, the evil-looking man on the main seat raised an eyebrow and asked arrogantly. That's right, we are. Lin Yi replied lightly. Although he was a little unhappy, there was no need to offend people as soon as they arrived. Especially when the other party was a powerful nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, Lin Yi also knew that since the other party had the ability to forcibly control the flying spirit beast to go berserk, it was unrealistic for him to rely on the spirit bird to get rid of the other party. He could only temporarily suppress his anger and feign civility. And in that case, let your female companion come with me. I've taken a liking to her. The evil man glanced at Huang Xiaotao from the corner of his eyes and said proudly. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. After being stunned for a while, he became furious. He had been on Heaven Stage Island for more than a year and had seen many things. He even called a legendary figure like the Will of Heaven brother, but he had never met such an arrogant fool. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? You want Huang Xiaotao to go with you for no reason and no rhyme or reason. Do you think you're the king of heaven? Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but feel nervous and afraid when she saw the man's lustful gaze wander over her body, as if he wanted to skin her alive. She hid behind Lin Yi. Being stared at by this man made her feel disgusted. Sorry, that's impossible. Lin Yi suppressed his anger. No matter how afraid he was of the other party's strength, he couldn't let Huang Xiaotao fall into the hands of the other party. Otherwise, how could he feel at ease? Lin Yi was not a gentle person who meekly accepted adversity. From the secular world until now, he had always not offended those who did not offend him. If someone offended him, he would definitely kill them. Even if he occasionally tolerated it, it was for the sake of erupting in the future. Lin Yi didn't lack a flexible brain, but it was undeniable that the time he truly tolerated was actually very limited. Once someone touched his reverse scale, no matter how strong they were, they would fight to the death first. This was the bloodthirst that was rooted in his bones, and he would never change it in this lifetime. Otherwise, he wouldn't be him. At this moment, although Lin Yi could still forcefully maintain his calm, the qi in his body had already begun to stir. Once the other party made any moves, Lin Yi would definitely not hesitate to make the first move. Although the other side had a nascent soul master with them, and their strength couldn't be underestimated, it was one thing if he couldn't defeat them, and another thing if he didn't fight them. This concerned Huang Xiaotao's safety, as well as his pride as a man. There was no reason for him to give Huang Xiaotao up. Seeing Lin Yi's unyielding response, although Huang Xiaotao was a little nervous, she couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Even though she was in a dangerous situation, she still felt very at ease hiding behind Lin Yi. She believed that even if the sky collapsed, Lin Yi would definitely prop it up for her. This was the courage of the man she, Huang Xiaotao, had chosen. However, in the face of Lin Yi's seemingly gentle but actually unyielding response, the evil man did not seem to take it to heart. He felt that Lin Yi was like air in his eyes. Greeting him was already giving him a lot of face. As for whether Lin Yi would refuse, it was not within the scope of his consideration. It was not important at all. Brat, listen carefully. I am Cheng Katian of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group. My father is the leader of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, Cheng Haonan. As long as this woman is willing to follow me in the future, in the verdant arc territorial waters, you can tell everyone that I am protecting you. The evil man still had a proud expression as he spoke. From his expression, it seemed that the Poison Eye mercenary group was a very powerful force in the verdant arc territorial waters. At the very least, this name should be able to frighten most people. Chun Haonan. Lin Yi did not seem to be shocked at all. Instead, he was stunned and frowned strangely. What is this? Is there a gangster in the verdant arc territorial waters? With such a resounding name, anyone who had watched a few movies in the secular world would first think of the gangster of Causeway Bay. In the past, he was the idol of countless youths. It's Chung Haonan. Brat, you better show some respect. Chung Katian was instantly enraged. Although he did not understand what gangster meant, he could guess from Lin Yi's strange expression that it was definitely not a good word. To him, Chung Haonan was not only his father, but also his greatest protective umbrella. He was also the idol that he had worshipped since he was young. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Oh, Lin Yi replied non-committally. Then he replied indifferently. Regardless of whether it is Chung Haonan or Chan Haonan, she will not go with you. She does not need your protection. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. It seems that this is the first time you have come to the verdant arc territorial waters, right? Chung Katian snorted coldly. So what? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. So what? The ignorant are truly fearless. If you do not know the rules in this place, you will die a terrible death. If she is not willing to go with me today, then you will be soon. Chung Katian sneered. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Huang Xiaotao unscrupulously. R1152. Chapter 42-24. From his point of view, an outsider like Lin Yi had no idea what the Poison Eye mercenaries represented here, nor did he know how terrifying they were. However, when this brat comes to his senses, he will definitely wag his tail and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the woman of his own accord. However, whether he will be able to live until then is unknown. /O? Then let's wait and see. Let me see how fast it is. Lin Yi also smiled coldly, and the killing intent in his heart surged. Although this Chung Katian did seem to have a lot of power, as evidenced by the fact that he had a nascent soul expert as his follower, it wasn't Lin Yi's style to compromise the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he wanted to hand over Huang Xiaotao with both hands. Not to mention whether Huang Xiaotao would agree or not, this was his reverse scale. How could he not be furious? Fortunately, he was unfamiliar with this place. If this was the North Island or the Middle Island, he would definitely directly kill this arrogant Chung Katian. In any case, with the combined strength of him and Huang Xiaotao, they were invincible in the Aurus Core stage. If Chung Katian was caught off guard, he would definitely fall into their trap. As for this nascent soul stage expert, as long as he could escape this calamity, there would naturally be someone else to deal with him in the future. Good, you've got guts. However, I'd like to see how long you can remain unyielding. Chung Katian snorted coldly, and then he instructed, Old Kong, let's go. Let's see if this kid will enter Velvet Arc City in a while. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying spirit beast suddenly set off a violent gust of wind and flew into the distance. In just a short moment, it had already turned into a small black dot and disappeared from Lin Yi's and Li Wuyo's line of sight. Looking at the arrogant back view of the nascent soul cultivator, Lin Yi's expression couldn't help but turn serious. However, he was also quite surprised. He thought that since the nascent soul cultivator was so arrogant, he wouldn't have the patience to continue waiting. After all, his and Huang Xiaotao's strength was only at the early gold core stage. They weren't on the same level at all. Snatching was a simple matter. However, if that was really the case, it would instead give Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao an opportunity to take advantage of. The two of them used the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if the opponent was a nascent soul stage expert, if he was caught off guard and struck head-on, he would definitely be injured. As for a late-stage gold core stage expert like Chung Katian, his fate would not be any better than Su Lingcheng's. However, this required an extremely high grasp of timing. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Once he made a move, there would be no second chance. Since his opponent did not underestimate him, Lin Yi naturally would not take this risk for no reason. This Chang Ketian seems to be a heretic cultivator, Linny said thoughtfully. The other party had repeatedly asked Huang Xiaotao to leave with him voluntarily. The reason why he didn't forcefully snatch her away was probably because he wanted Huang Xiaotao to do it willingly. What should we do now? Should we go back? Huang Xiaotao was a little afraid. After staying in the North Island Cultivators Guild for so long, she knew very well how much trouble a beautiful woman could bring. For this reason, she was very careful and always wore a veil. However, she didn't expect that even so, she would still be targeted by Chang Ketian. The temptation of a woman to a man was not only a beautiful face, but also a graceful and slim figure. It also had a very fatal attraction. How can we do that? Since we're already here, how can we not do anything and just go back empty-handed? Linny shook his head decisively. At this moment his mood was a little heavy. He had just arrived and he had already provoked such a seemingly powerful local bully. What should he do next for this task? But, from what that person said just now, it seems that he's prepared to wait in Weiwan City. Should we still go? Huang Xiaotao still felt a little nervous. There's no other way. Even if we know there's a tiger on the mountain, we can only go there. Linny thought about it and finally decided. In their plan, the Crepeark City was their first stop after arriving at the Crepeark Territorial Waters because it was the core of the entire Crepeark Territorial Waters, including the nearby islands. It was the most prosperous and core gathering place for cultivators in the area. And it was also the only transit station to reach any other place in the Crepeark Territorial Waters. No matter what outsiders came to the Weiwan Waters for, whether it was to obtain first-hand accurate information or to replenish supplies, the first stop must be Weiwan City. This was something that could not be avoided. However, according to Lin Yi's previous understanding, there was no unified force or sect here. Instead, it gathered various complicated forces such as chambers of commerce, mercenary groups, guilds, and so on. Among them, there were a few forces that were the most powerful. They had always been independent, which was similar to the ancient sects in the secular world. However, among these most powerful forces, Lin Yi did not know whether Chang Ketian's so-called Poison Eye mercenary group was included. After all, the Weiwan Waters was completely different from the North Island. The three pavilions of the North Island could stand for thousands of years on the North Island, but in the Weiwan Waters, even if they were at the peak of their power one moment, they would immediately be replaced in the next moment. This was a very common thing. In fact, even the most powerful force in the world could rarely dominate the Weiwan Waters for more than 10 years. Therefore, there were few powerful forces here, and most of them were new nobles. The North Island and the South Island were far apart, and the connection between them was not close. Whenever there was any movement, it would take a long time. Even if the law enforcement hall updated the whereabouts of Wu Baoliang, it could not be guaranteed how reliable it was. As for this so-called Poison Eye mercenary group, it was even more unknown when the new nobles emerged. Whether it was in the recent month or the recent year, it was even more unknown. But no matter who these Poison Eye mercenaries were, Lin Yi wasn't someone who'd be scared off by a mere Chang Ketian. He'd even gone into a dangerous place like Middle Island and made a name for himself. Why would he be scared of a mere Poison Eye mercenaries in a corner of the Weiark Waters? Lin Yi didn't think that Poison Eye mercenaries would be enough to scare him. Oh, no matter what, I'll listen to you. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Lin Yi's simple words made the uneasiness between her eyebrows completely disappear. As a girl, it would be abnormal to say that she was not afraid at all when she was threatened by such a powerful local bully. However, as long as she could accompany Lin Yi, she would not frown even if she had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Wherever Lin Yi went, that was her world. Everything else was fleeting. Well, let's go to Weiwan City and meet Chang Ketian. Lin Yi smiled faintly and immediately drove the spirit bird to approach Weiwan City. Chapter 42-25. Along the way, there were more and more flying spirit beasts and cultivators in the sky. In less than half an hour, the two of them saw the coastline. Overlooking the bustling town in front of them from a distance, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other with a little surprise in their eyes. From what they knew in advance, Weiark Sea was a place where crooks mixed with honest people. It was chaotic and there were often bloody battles. They thought that even if it was a place where cultivators gathered, It should not be very prosperous in such a big environment. However, the scene they saw at this moment was clearly a bustling town with unified planning. Such a solemn atmosphere was rare even in the North Island. There was no sign of a bloody massacre. It could be seen that Wuxia was not as simple as outsiders thought. "Get ready, we're going down," Lin Yi said softly, and Huang Xiaotao nodded knowingly. She knew what would happen after they went down, and of course she also knew what Lin Yi meant by getting ready. After a while, the two of them immediately drove the spirit birds to land at the seaport of Wuxia. This was the port of entry and exit of Wuxia. No matter if you were going by air or sea, you had to start and stop here. This was the unified rule of all the influential forces in Wuxia. Whether it was locals or outsiders, they must strictly abide by it. Otherwise, if someone rashly drove a flying spirit beast into the sky above Wuxia, it would be regarded as a provocation to the entire Wuxia and all the forces in Wuxia. This was not a joke. In the past, there was a master of a big force in Middle Island who was arrogant and broke this rule without authorization. However, in the end he died without knowing why. Even after the Law Enforcement Hall of Middle Island came out, they could not find out the truth. In the end, they could only leave it unsettled. Since then, no one dared to disobey this rule. No matter how powerful their background was, they had to enter and exit from the seaport. In the end, a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. These independent forces in Wuxia were indeed far less powerful than the top forces in Outer Island, but it was precisely because of this that they were not afraid of those who wore shoes. In this Wuxia, unless one could crush all the forces here, even a dragon could only lie down. Even a tiger could only lie down. The two of them landed at the seaport, and immediately a servant came to help guide the spirit birds. All flying spirit beasts including spirit birds could not enter Wuxia, so there was a special farm at the seaport. As long as one paid a certain amount of spirit jade, they could be entrusted without any worries. However, Huang Xiaotao just said a few words to the spirit birds and sent them away. Turning her head, she saw Cheng Ketian standing in front of her with a sinister smile on his face. He was accompanied by a servant and two women. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, she was still shocked to see this person again. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. If Lin Yi wasn't standing there, she might have subconsciously made a move. "I thought you would escape, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I really don't know if I should say that you guys are bold, or should I say that you guys are tactful enough?" Cheng Ketian sneered with a ridiculing expression. "Of course, I hope that you guys are the latter. After all, only those who know what's good for them can live a long life. Moreover, if you insist on using force on a beauty, it would be too much of a spoil, don't you think?" "My apologies, you seem to be thinking too much. According to your logic, we are not people who know what's good for us." Lin Yi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently. Then you are not sensible?" Cheng Ketian's expression immediately changed, and his expression became even more arrogant as he sneered. "Good, you are a tough nut to crack. However, I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. Since you have come to Wuxia, then don't leave, because you will not be able to leave. From your tone, it seems that you can openly kidnap people in this Wuxia." Lin Yi's expression also turned cold as he asked indifferently. "Oh, your tone seems to be very unconvinced?" "Unfortunately, in this Wuxia, I am famous for dealing with all kinds of unconvinced people." "You are right, it really is so." Cheng Ketian sneered complacently. As the two of them spoke, their aura was at daggers drawn, and it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. They stood to the side and pointed at them, discussing spiritedly. All of their words and actions were unhesitatingly favorable to Cheng Ketian's side. There was no other reason. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak, and there was no need to think too much. In terms of strength, Cheng Ketian was a late gold core stage expert, and more importantly, he had a genuine original soul stage expert as his servant. On the other hand, Lin Yi's side only had two early gold core stage experts, and they were not on the same level at all. In terms of power, Cheng Ketian was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary group, and he was an out-and-out local tyrant. On the other hand, Lin Yi were completely unfamiliar faces. At a glance, it was obvious that they were newcomers without any foundation. Such a clear and direct contrast in the eyes of anyone, there was no comparison at all. At this time they were watching the excitement, but in fact they had seen it many times before. Chang Ketian brought people to openly kidnap women. This had never been news in the Wuxia Sea. Every 10 days or half a month, there would be such a scene, and everyone had long been used to it. Everyone in the verdant Arc territorial waters had their own way of doing things, and no one would care about snatching a woman. No one would step forward to cause trouble for themselves. They were just here to watch the show and discuss it for a while. The reason why they had gathered here was because they wanted to see who was the unlucky one this time. There are so many people here, why don't you ask them, and ask whether I can kidnap people as I please? Or you can also ask, how many women have I kidnapped here? Chang Ketian laughed unscrupulously and proudly. When the surrounding people heard this, some of them shook their heads in disdain. The reason why Chang Ketian could be so arrogant was because he relied on his father, Chang Haonan, and the Poison Eye mercenary group. Otherwise, with just himself, it was impossible for him to have any original soul stage experts as his servants. Although he was a late gold core stage expert, there were so many experts in the Wuxia Sea, and it was far from enough for him to be so arrogant, but no one dared to stop him. However, although they despised this kind of person who used his power to bully others, no one dared to stand out. The Jianghu was dangerous, and everyone was in danger. Stepping out to be a hero would not leave a good reputation, and would only become a fool that everyone laughed at. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly, and turned to look at Huang Xiaotao, and secretly gave her a look. Chapter 42-26. Now do you know what kind of situation you are in? Until now, Chang Ketian was still chattering happily. However, I never like to use force on women. Therefore, I'm going to be merciful and give you one last chance. If you nod your head now, what I said before still counts. You can still keep your little. Before he could finish his sentence, Chang Ketian's voice stopped abruptly. Like a duck that was suddenly grabbed by the neck, he couldn't say a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was that the situation had changed so abruptly that he couldn't speak. The reason was simple. While he was acting arrogantly, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, the two weaklings he saw as fish on the chopping board who couldn't fight back at all, actually took the initiative to attack him. What surprised him even more was that the target of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao wasn't him, but his follower Old Kong, who was in the original infant stage. Two gold core stage cultivators actually attacked an original infant stage cultivator. Wasn't this a joke? Not only Chang Ketian, the person involved, but even the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but feel like crying and laughing. Even a corner dog wouldn't do something like this, right? Even Old Kong himself couldn't help but be astonished. He really didn't think that these two people would dare to attack him. This was unprecedented. Even if he wasn't prepared, these two people wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. This wasn't because he underestimated them. After all, the disparity in strength between them was obvious. This was a fact that nobody could change. However, in the next moment, Old Kong's face changed abruptly. 8 trigrams of raging fire palm strike, one from the left and one from the right, hit his chest at the same time. Bang! Old Kong was caught off guard, and he spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood as he was blasted hundreds of feet away. After crashing through several thick walls of the seaport, he finally stopped his body in a sorry state. This shocking scene truly blinded the eyes of everyone present. The two revealing women that leaned against Chang Ketian's side were instantly frightened to the point that their beautiful faces paled, and they cried out in panic. As for Chang Ketian, he was shocked to the point that he almost bit off his tongue, and he was speechless for a long time. The entire place was dead silent until Old Kong climbed up from the rubble in a sorry state. He glared at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a ferocious expression. With his strength, if it was just two ordinary experts in the early gold core stage, not to mention that it was impossible to hit him, even if they really hit him, it was impossible to make him so embarrassed. In reality, before he was hit with his original infant stage strength, even if he was careless, he would still be able to react in time. However, what he did not expect was that even though he had used his protective chi at the last moment, he still ended up in such a state. It was clearly just two little golden elixir realm ants, but after joining hands, the power of this martial technique was unimaginable. To actually be comparable to a peak golden core late stage expert, this was truly unheard of and unseen. It was no wonder that these two dared to be so arrogant and take the initiative to attack him. At this very moment, Old Kong's murderous intent finally soared into the sky. A dignified original infant stage expert was actually injured by 2 golden elixir realm ants. If this news were to spread, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's heart turned cold. The opportunity just now was already very good. Their frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike had indeed displayed all its power. In order to injure this original infant stage expert, they didn't dare to split their firepower. Both of their frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike landed on Old Kong's body. Even if they couldn't kill him in one hit, they should at least injure him so badly that he wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. However, judging from Old Kong's current performance, although he was injured, his injuries were far from the point where he couldn't fight anymore. This person was at least at the peak of the original infant stage. With Lin Yi's current strength, even if he was a perfect golden core early stage expert, even if he joined forces with Huang Xiaotao, they still wouldn't be able to defeat this person. Old Kong, hurry up and kill that man. Leave the woman alive and capture her. Chang Ketian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed loudly. He didn't dare to make a move right now. Although he was angry, he was truly shocked by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's performance just now. Even with Old Kong's strength, he was still injured. If it was him, wouldn't he be dead? Yes. Old Kong immediately responded with murderous intent. In fact, he didn't even need Chang Ketian's command. He would definitely tear this ant, Lin Yi's body into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Lin Yi's heart sank when he saw this. Even if the opponent was injured, he and Huang Xiaotao wouldn't be a match for him if the opponent was on guard. If they added Chang Ketian, who was at the late stages of the golden core stage, they might really die here today. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. The only chance of survival right now was to grab Huang Xiaotao while the enemy was still afraid. If he could get back onto the spirit bird's back before the enemy could react, they'd be able to escape during the chaos. That way they'd have a chance of survival. However, even then, this chance of survival was very limited. The spirit bird had just been taken away by the servant. Lin Yi just paid attention to the position just now. It was easy to find, but the problem was that even if they took off, the opponent also had flying spirit beasts. Moreover, the opponent could also stimulate the flying spirit beasts to go berserk. Their speed was faster than the spirit bird on their side. Even if their reaction was a bit slower, they could still catch up later. Lin Yi couldn't help but think that he had made a mistake. This time, he came to the Wuxia territorial waters and encountered such an unexpected crisis at the beginning. It was really a bad start. However, it was too late to regret now. Lin Yi had never been a person who would regret. What he had to do next was nothing more than to fight a bloody path. He had seen many big winds and waves, so it was not a big deal. However, just when Lin Yi was ready to take the risk, a teasing voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Hey, isn't this young Master Chang? Why are you so free today? You brought your stepmother out to act pretentious again? TSK, Old Kong was beaten up and vomited blood. Could it be that he failed to act pretentious and failed? It's really delightful. Ha ha ha. The owner of the voice was a man in a black practice robe. Chapter 42-27. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were newcomers, so they didn't understand the reason behind it. However, most of the people present were locals. At the very least, they had been here for a period of time and knew the inside story. Speaking of the Poison Eye mercenary group, the father and son of the Chung family, they were famous in the Wuxia territorial waters. Aside from their arrogance, another important reason was that the father and son relied on dual cultivation to increase their cultivation. This was also why Chang Ketian often came out to snatch young women. It was because the father and son relied on this to cultivate. Of course, if it was just dual cultivation, it wouldn't have been so ridiculed. The key was that the father and son of the Chung family used dual cultivation to share young women. Therefore, the women around Chang Ketian were jokingly called Little Mother behind his back. Of course, although this matter was known by everyone in the Wuxia territorial waters, everyone only talked about it behind their backs. Very few people dared to call them that. After all, it was not good to expose someone's shortcomings. The father and son of the Chung family and the Poison Eye mercenary group were not to be trifled with. If they provoked them face to face, someone would die. However, no matter how powerful the Poison Eye mercenary group was and how they could intimidate the majority of people, There would always be a few who couldn't be intimidated even if others didn't dare to do so. The black-clothed man in front of them was one of them. Linny quietly sized up the man in black who suddenly appeared. This man looked a little thin and weak. He even had a sickly and scholarly aura. However, this was only his appearance. The man's temples were bulging and his eyes flashed from time to time. It was obvious that he had extraordinary strength. Secretly using his golden finger, Linny suddenly discovered that this man was actually an expert at the peak of the late Golden Core realm. He was only one step away from the original Soul realm. However, this wasn't what shocked Linny the most. What really shocked him was the servant beside the man in black. This person's strength was truly unfathomable. Even his golden finger couldn't see through him. It was obvious that he was at least an original Soul realm expert like Old Kong. This time Linny was truly shocked. He had only arrived at the Wayark territorial waters for a short period of time, but he had already seen two nascent Soul stage experts. Moreover, both of them were servants. This was simply too shocking. He had thought that although the Verdant Arc territory was chaotic, it was still a small place. There shouldn't be too many masters. Unexpectedly, there are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the masters of Yuanying realm have to condescend to be servants. This is a treatment that even Shangguan Laner, a princess-level existence of the North Island, doesn't have. It seemed like the waters of the Verdant Arc territorial waters were much deeper than he had imagined. However, after realizing that this servant's strength was not inferior to Old Kong's, Linny immediately came to a realization. No wonder this black-clothed man dared to mock Chung Ketian to his face. He did have the confidence and capital to do so. Qi Wenhan, this has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Chung Jutian was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Old Kong was injured and might not be able to defeat the servant, he would have asked Old Kong to fight. Hehe. Why does it have nothing to do with me? The black-clothed man called Qi Wenhan continued to mock him calmly. You have taken a fancy to this young hero's female companion and want to bring her back to be your stepmother, right? You are so filial. Do you know the ancestors of your Chung family? Their tombs are probably emitting smoke, right? No, not only smoke but sparks, right? It's none of your business. They are just outsiders who have just arrived. Do you want to meddle in their affairs? Chung Ketian's expression became more and more unsightly. The veins on his face bulged crazily, but he didn't dare to make a move. He could only continue to grit his teeth and endure. I'm sorry, you really hit the nail on the head. Qi Wenhan smiled and couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He turned to look at Linny and Huang Xiaotao and said, Young hero, I am the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan. Just now, I saw that the two of you have extraordinary skills, so I would like to invite the two of you to join our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency as an escort. What do you think? You dare to fight with me? When Chung Ketian heard this, he couldn't maintain his composure. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted. He was indeed afraid of Qi Wenhan. After all, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was not to be trifled with, especially now that Old Kong was injured. Therefore, even though he was being ridiculed in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move. He was afraid that he would suffer a loss today and not be able to get back at him in the future. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. However, this didn't mean that he would let Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao go. They were prey that he had his eyes on. They were already meat in his mouth. How could he let them run away for no reason? In his opinion, even if Qi Wenhan helped them for a while, he wouldn't be able to help them forever. Even if he couldn't help them today, they wouldn't be able to escape tomorrow or the day after. However, Qi Wenhan actually wanted to recruit them as escorts for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This was absolutely intolerable. This was because this meant that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao would become members of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. At that time, it would be too difficult to make a move on them. Qi Wenhan, listen to me. I saw these two first. If you do this, you will be breaking the rules of the Verdant Arc territorial waters. If things get out of hand, even your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency won't be able to get away with it. Chung Ketian gritted his teeth and threatened. However, Qi Wenhan turned a deaf ear to his threats. He only looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a smile, waiting for Lin Yi's reply. As for Chang Ketian's clamor, it was as if it was nothing but air. It wasn't even worth a fart. Seeing this, Lin Yi understood. They were both second-generation young masters of the verdant arc territorial waters. However, compared to Chang Ketian, this Qi Wenhan was much stronger. This Qi Wenhan suddenly stood out to recruit him. He definitely wasn't just being a good Samaritan. This person must have seen that he and Huang Xiaotao had the strength to injure an original infant stage master. Therefore, he decided to intervene midway and extend an olive branch to him. Otherwise, even if he didn't like Chang Ketian, he wouldn't have said what he just said. At most, he would take advantage of Chang Ketian's weakness and trample on Chang Ketian while Elder Kong was injured. Acting bravely for a just cause was rare in the cultivation world, especially in the chaotic verdant arc territorial waters. It was impossible for Qi Wenhan to stand up for the two of them for no reason. Chapter 42-28. This was in line with the way of survival in the cultivation world. Otherwise, if Qi Wenhan had no ulterior motives, Lin Yi would have to be on his guard. After all, there was an old saying, "Those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions." Thinking up to this point, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He cupped his hands at Qi Wenhan and replied, "Us two brothers and sister are going to train in the Weiqian territorial waters for a period of time. Anyway, we have nowhere to go. Since Brother Qi is so enthusiastic, it would be impolite of us to reject you." "Good, that's good. Young hero, you are indeed a straightforward person. Come, let's find a place to eat and talk in detail. It can also be considered a welcoming dinner for the two of you." Qi Wenhan immediately laughed and invited them with a hearty expression. "Since Brother Qi has instructed us, we dare not disobey." Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and laughed as well. In this sort of situation, they had no better choice than to follow Qi Wenhan. If they refused, perhaps Qi Wenhan wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation, but Chang Juqian would have a very difficult time. Since someone was willing to help him out, Lin Yi wasn't a pretentious person. He might as well go with him first. It was better than staying behind to face Chang Ketian and the injured and angry old Kong. As for this Qi Wenhan, whether or not he sincerely wanted them to be his escorts, or if he had other intentions, they could only act according to the situation. After the two sides finished talking, they felt like they regretted not having met earlier. They immediately left while talking and laughing, leaving Chang Ketian and the others behind. They were so angry that they couldn't say a word for a long time. In broad daylight, they forcefully snatched away the person that he, Chang Ketian, had taken a fancy to. From beginning to end, they didn't even give him a single explanation. This wasn't just infuriating, it was simply intolerable. However, no matter how angry he was, Chang Ketian couldn't do anything at this moment. The other party's background wasn't any weaker than his, and he also had an expert at the nascent soul stage as his servant. If they continued to fight, he would be the one to suffer. What else could he do other than endure this resentment? Good. All right. Chang Ketian was so angry that he shouted the word good 3 times in a row. Behind his back, he turned to Lin Yi and the others who had gone far away. Unwilling to give up, he stomped his foot and threatened, "If you have the guts, then keep following this surname Qi. Otherwise, if I run into you alone, remember this, I, Chang Ketian, want to kill someone. I have never failed in the verdant arc territorial waters." No matter how much Chang Ketian hooted from behind, Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi, and the others simply didn't pay any attention to him. They continued to chat and laugh as they walked away. On the contrary, more and more onlookers were attracted over. The dignified Poison Eye mercenary group's young master Chang had truly become a jumping clown, allowing everyone to watch him. Under Qi Wenhan's lead, the group arrived at a high-class restaurant in Crescent City. He specially found a private room and ordered a table of rare delicacies. He was quite generous. After everyone had taken their seats, Qi Wenhan asked, "Young hero, what do you think? I wonder where the two of you are from? Why don't you introduce yourselves?" "Brother Qi, I am Ling Yi, and the person beside me is junior sister Huang. We are both disciples of the 3 pavilions of the North Island." Lin Yi didn't hide anything and immediately confessed his identity. However, when he mentioned the two of them, he used a pseudonym. He didn't say it clearly on the way here. He was afraid that if there were too many people, someone would eavesdrop and tell Chang Ketian. That wouldn't be good. After all, even if it was a pseudonym, they still had to keep using it in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Although it was certain that the two of them would be targeted by Chang Ketian in the future, as long as they didn't know their names and origins, Chang Ketian would have to spend more effort to investigate their background. This was relatively safer, and it was better to hide it for as long as possible. Of course, he didn't bring the 1,000-layer mask on this mission. With Huang Xiaotao accompanying him, and in a strange place like the Verdant Arc territorial waters, it didn't make much difference whether he wore the 1,000-layer mask or not. It was better to simply keep it for emergency use. If it really came to a point where he had no other choice, he could put on the mask, change his appearance, and then hide in the crowd. Who could recognize him? You two are the disciples of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. That's a big sect. Sorry for not recognizing you. Qi Wenhan suddenly showed an expression of admiration and said repeatedly, "Not at all. We are just ordinary inner disciples. This time we still need to rely on Brother Qi's help on this trip." Lin Yi smiled faintly and secretly observed the expressions of Qi Wenhan and the servant at the nascent soul stage. He found that the other party was obviously less vigilant than before. He deliberately pointed out the background of the 3 pavilions of the North Island and explained that their origins were clear, just to win Qi Wenhan's trust. Otherwise, if he casually made up their origins, although it was not a big deal, it was very likely to be seen through by Qi Wenhan, and then he would really shoot himself in the foot. Well said, well said. Since the two of you are from a famous sect like the 3 great pavilions of the North Island, it's no wonder that you have such extraordinary skills. You could even injure old Kong of the Chung family. It's really amazing, Qi Wenhan said with a friendly smile. But his words were 30% complimentary and 70% tentative. It's just a small trick. I was just lucky. Lin Yi smiled briefly and didn't mean to say more. Haha, young Masterling, you're too modest. Being overly modest is a disguised form of arrogance. If you say that, how can I behave? Even if I use all my strength, I can't hurt him at all. Qi Wenhan took the initiative to clink glasses with Lin Yi and laughed at himself. The two of us could hurt him only because he was confident in his strength and underestimated us. If we fight again, we might not be so lucky. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand indifferently. That also shows your strength. Talents are hard to come by. Our Heaven's Equal Security Agency needs masters like you, young Master Ling. Since you two want to train here, why don't you use the Heaven's Equal Security Agency as your backing? At least you can take care of each other. Qi Wenhan continued with a smile. Lin Yi's previous guess was right. Although he had always been a forthright person, as the young master of the Heaven's Equal Security Agency, every move he made represented the attitude of the agency. He and Lin Yi were not related in any way, so how could he act bravely for no reason and offend someone like Chang Ketian in public? The reason why he did this was actually because of the strength of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. Although they were only early golden elixir stage masters on paper and were not very powerful, the two of them together could injure a peak early nascent soul stage master like Old Kong. How amazing their strength was! Chapter 42-29. If they could recruit him, he would be as powerful as a nascent soul stage master. No matter how they looked at it, they wouldn't lose out on this deal. Thank you, Brother Qi. We're new here and don't know much about the Wayark waters. Could you introduce the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to us so we can get familiar with it? Lin Yi took the opportunity to change the subject. That's easy to explain. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's business is actually the escort business that everyone is familiar with. What we normally do is to help people transport goods to the other large islands. There's nothing special about it, Qi Wenhan explained with a smile. Oh? But we rarely see any escort agencies on the North Island, especially large escort agencies with huge forces. Could it be that we're ignorant? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and couldn't help but ask curiously. He had been on Heaven Level Island for more than a year and had experienced many things, but he had never dealt with any escort agencies. In fact, he had never heard of any famous escort agencies on the North Island. Usually, if there was something, they could ask the 3 pavilions or the Hong Chamber of Commerce to transport it on their behalf. They wouldn't look for a specialized escort agency. Young Hero Ling, there's something you don't know about. The North Island you're on is managed by the 3 great pavilions of the North Island, and there are branches of various large chambers of commerce stationed there. The environment is also relatively stable and safe, and they all have stable logistics channels. No matter who wants to send something, it's very convenient. Naturally, there's no place for escort agencies to survive. Chi Wonhan analyzed for the two of them. So, there must be a lot of escort agencies on the Wayark waters? Linny said thoughtfully. Yes, young Hero Ling, you should know that the Wayark waters are a mess. There's no official power, and there's no island master or pavilion master. It's a mess from top to bottom. That's why there are a lot of robbers, and this place is connected to many primitive lands. Many cultivators come here because of its reputation, and if they carry the treasures that they've obtained with great difficulty, it's extremely easy for them to be targeted by robbers. That's why our escort agency comes in handy, Chi Wonhan explained patiently. So the escort agency's business is to escort these cultivators. Linny nodded in realization and said, Do you mean to escort the treasures they obtained from their adventures to the other islands? That's right, that's one of the most important jobs. There's another important job, which is to transport goods for some of the local chambers of commerce. Although they have their own logistics channels, they're far less professional and reliable than our escort agency. So when it comes to important bulk goods, they'll entrust us to escort them, Chi Wonhan said with a smile. I see. Thank you. Linny and Huang Xiaotao nodded. No matter what kind of escort it is, the most important thing is the escort. Only when the escort is strong can the escort be delivered safely. Otherwise, if we can't even get out of the verdant arc waters, no matter how big the escort agency is, it's all for naught. Chi Wonhan's eyes shone as he looked at the two of them. Therefore, it is our equals Heaven's escort agency's honor to be able to invite the two of you to join us. I'll have to rely on you two in the future. You flatter me, Brother Chi is too serious. However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you'll agree to it, Brother Chi. Linny suddenly cupped his hands and bowed. Just say it. As long as it's within our ability, we'll never refuse, Chi Wonhan said boldly as he patted his chest. The two of us have come to the verdant arc territorial waters to train. We might not be able to stay for long. Please forgive us, Brother Chi, Linny said, choosing his words carefully. That's easy. You may not know this, but there are 2 types of escorts in our equals escort agency. The first type is permanent escorts. As the name suggests, they naturally have to stay in the agency for a long time. The other type is nominal escorts. They don't need to stay in the agency all the time. They're free to come and go as they please. They can accept missions when they're free, and if they can't, they don't. We won't force them, Chi Wonhan said with a smile. A truly powerful cultivator would never be content to stay in an escort agency as an escort. The equals escort agency's introduction of this system was an opportunity for an escort agency that roamed the Jianghu. As long as they could satisfy their daily business needs, it didn't matter how many permanent escorts they could recruit. What mattered most was having a strong network and influence. Many nominal escorts, even if they had never delivered a single piece of goods, had their names on the wall. As long as their names were on the wall, it would increase the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's foundation and boost their confidence. At the same time, it would instill fear in the hearts of other factions. Oh, in that case, the two of us are suitable to be nominal escorts. Linny and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and nodded. However, young Hero Ling, there is something this humble one must say up front. Although a nominal escort is free to come and go as he pleases, in terms of remuneration, he will only receive the corresponding remuneration for each delivery. If he does not deliver the goods, then there is no such thing as a fixed remuneration. I hope that the two of you can understand and understand. Chi Wonhan reminded. It's fair and reasonable. That's how it should be. Thank you, Brother Chi, for clearing our doubts. The two of us have decided to join the equals escort agency as nominal escorts, Linny said decisively. Great. Come, young Hero Ling and Miss Huang, to celebrate your joining the agency, let's have a toast. Chi Wonhan was overjoyed. He raised his cup and downed it with Linny and Huang Xiaotao. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Linny and Huang Xiaotao followed Chi Wonhan to the agency. Looking up, they saw a grand gate and a large courtyard. In the middle of the gate, There were 4 large golden words written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy. Equals escort agency. They followed Qi Wenhan inside. After passing through 2 large courtyards, they arrived at a large hall. Linny looked around and saw a few cultivators sitting inside. Most of them were golden core experts, but there were also some who had completed the foundation establishment stage. Everyone's strength was clear at a glance. There was no one who couldn't tell. In other words, there were no nascent soul experts here. Today, they had only arrived at the Wuxia territorial waters for a short while, but they had already seen 2 nascent soul experts as servants. This had truly shocked Lin Yi. He had thought that the Wuxia territorial waters were filled with powerful people and nascent soul experts. Chapter 4230. Young Hero Ling Miss Huang. These are the escorts of our agency. Some are permanent and some are nominal. You can get to know each other. You may have the opportunity to work together in the future, Qi Wenhan said. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other, then immediately cupped their hands and said to everyone present, I am Ling Yi from Beidao, and this is junior sister Huang from the same sect. Greetings to all my colleagues. It is my first time here, so please forgive me if I am not considerate in the future. When everyone heard this, their gazes fell on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, each of them curious. After seeing that both of them had shown their strength in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm, they did not take it seriously and just nodded indifferently to show that they knew each other. If Huang Xiaotao had not covered her face with a veil, they might have been stunned by her beauty. But now that her face was covered, no matter how beautiful she was, they could not see her. At most, they could only see her curves. Even if they were curious, they would not care too much about it. When they came out to travel in Jianghu, what they cared most was strength. Now that they saw that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's strength was only average and would not pose much of a threat to them, they did not need to pay too much attention. Seeing that everyone only glanced at each other and then went back to their work with such indifference, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and did not continue to speak. Hehe. All the escorts here are experts. Young Hero Ling, don't be fooled by their lack of words or politeness. But in the future, when you work together, everyone will be able to cooperate sincerely and fight and kill the enemy together. Qi Wenhan saw this and tried to smooth things over while chuckling. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao nodded but did not comment on this. The Jianghu was dangerous, and it was normal for everyone to be wary of each other. But Qi Wenhan's words should be right. When the time comes, they would be bodyguards together. If something really happened, they would be able to cooperate with each other. After all, this was their duty. If they really lost the goods, it would not be good for either of them. As the two of them spoke, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly stout middle-aged man, accompanied by the guards of the agency, walking in from the outer courtyard. Seeing this, Qi Wenhan hurriedly left Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao and greeted them with a warm smile. Shopkeeper Wei, you are a rare honored guest. I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been? Qi Wenhan's hearty laughter could easily shorten the distance between them and imperceptibly reduce the guard in their hearts. Whether it was discussing business or making friends, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Even if they didn't know each other, meeting for the first time would make people feel a little closer. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's wariness, he wouldn't be able to get close to him. He would not agree to join the Equal of Heaven escort agency so easily. Lin Yi nodded to himself as he watched from behind. From this alone, it was clear that the young master of the Equal Heaven escort agency was not someone to be underestimated. However, the way Qi Wenhan addressed the newcomer caused Lin Yi's heart to tremble slightly. Shopkeeper Wei? Hehe, how have you been? Young master, you're in high spirits, much better than you were in the past. The man replied politely with a smile. Between the two of them, it was obvious that they were old friends who had dealt with each other many times. Haha, Shopkeeper Wei, you flatter me. Since you, the head shopkeeper of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, have come to visit in person, it seems that there's an important transaction? Qi Wenhan asked directly after exchanging a few pleasantries. This was his usual style of speaking. It didn't make people feel abrupt. Instead, it made people feel that he was reliable and trusted him even more. Hearing this, Lin Yi was completely sure of the identity of the newcomer. The newcomer was the shopkeeper of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Wuxia territorial waters, whom Hong Zhong had mentioned to him before. He was also Hong Zhong's old friend of many years, Wei Xiaotong. Huang Xiaotao glanced at Lin Yi. Naturally, she could tell. However, Lin Yi shook his head at her without batting an eyelid, indicating that they wouldn't meet for the time being. After all, the two of them were currently using aliases. They couldn't possibly use aliases to meet Wei Xiaotong. It would be better to leave it for the future when it was necessary. It's indeed not a small transaction. Wei Xiaotong nodded and glanced at Lin Yi and the others nearby. However, he didn't continue speaking. All right. Shopkeeper Wei, please come in. Let's talk in detail inside. Qi Wenhan immediately nodded in understanding. Any transaction was a trade secret, especially when it was a major transaction of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. There were many people present, and if they were to talk about it in public and reveal the exact goods en route, and then it was leaked out, it would be a fatal problem whether it was intentional or not. Who knew when the goods were to be delivered? There might already be a large group of criminals waiting to rob them. The two of them walked side by side through the main hall and entered the inner room to discuss in secret, leaving Lin Yi and the others to wait outside. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully as he watched the scene unfold. From the looks of it, even though Qi Wenhan was only the young master of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in name, the fact that he was able to make the decision to do business with a big client like Wei Xiaotong meant that he was already half a master. No wonder even someone as arrogant and condescending as Cheng Keqian was so afraid of him. Even if the Poison Eye mercenary group's power was on par with the Equal Heaven Escort Agencies, even if they were both young masters, if one was a pure second generation and the other was half a master, the difference in status was not small. Among all the second generations that Lin Yi had seen before, this Qi Wenhan was definitely the most mature and experienced. He was definitely not one to be underestimated. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Qi Wenhan accompanied Wei Xiaotong out. The two of them were full of smiles. It was obvious that they had already discussed the business and the price. The next step would be to transport the goods from the Hong Chamber of Commerce to the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, and prepare for the delivery. However, before that, there was another very important matter, and that was to confirm the escorts that would be accompanying them on this trip. Everyone, please pay attention. I have just discussed a business deal with Shopkeeper Wei. It is to deliver a delivery on behalf of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The destination is the Fong family manor on Eagle Rock Island. The reward for personally delivering the goods to Manor Master Fong's manor will definitely be generous. If any of you are interested in this delivery, you can sign up now. Qi Wenhan's gaze swept across everyone present as he introduced in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked at each other, but none of them had any intention of signing up. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. As the saying went, men die in pursuit of wealth, while birds die in pursuit of food. Qi Wenhan had already clearly stated that the reward for this delivery would be generous. With his status as the young master, he couldn't possibly lie through his teeth. Moreover, everyone present was an escort that had come for the benefits. It couldn't be that they couldn't swallow their pride, so there was no need to be so modest, right? Unbeknownst to them, the reason why everyone was so afraid was because this delivery was really not going to be easy. Chapter 42:31. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was indeed a big client. Every time they visited, it would be a big deal. As long as everything went smoothly, the reward for one escort trip would be equivalent to 10 other trips. This was a well-known fact among the escorts. However, at the same time, a high reward usually meant a high risk. For a top-notch Chamber of Commerce like the Hong Chamber of Commerce, even in a place like the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it had its own logistics channels. Under normal circumstances, they would not need the escort agency's help. However, once they did, it meant that the escort trip was beyond their capabilities. One could imagine how difficult it would be. What made everyone flinch was that the destination of the escort trip was Rock Island. In terms of geographical location, although Rock Island was a small island in the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it was the closest to the South Island among all the small islands in the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. The South Island was the gathering place of the spirit beasts. Ferocious spirit beasts could be found everywhere, and all of them were extremely aggressive. For ordinary human cultivators, it was an absolute forbidden area. The Rock Island was too close to the South Island. If one was not careful, they could easily attract the attacks of those spirit beasts. Apart from the threat of the spirit beasts, Rock Island had an even more deadly threat, the miasma. The miasma was unique to the South Island. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a combination of miasma and sea fog. It never dissipated throughout the year. To the spirit beasts, who had powerful physiques and senses that far surpassed humans, it was not a big deal. However, to human cultivators it was extremely fatal. Not only was the visibility extremely low when one was trapped in the miasma, but it was also highly toxic. Even a powerful cultivator would not be able to withstand it after staying for a long time. Rock Island was too close to the South Island, so it was shrouded in the miasma all year round. The locals who lived on the island all year round had a certain immunity to the miasma, because they had been bathing in medicinal herbs since they were young. However, it was a huge headache for outsiders. Therefore, normal people would not go to Rock Island unless it was absolutely necessary. It was no surprise that the escorts were flinching. Everyone here is an escort from the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. We've never mistreated you. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. Now that things have come to a head, everyone is so polite. That's not very good, is it? Seeing this, Qi Wenhan's originally sunny and kind face suddenly couldn't hold on. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was not only a regular customer, but it was also a huge force. Their relationship was not just purely business, but also a strategic partnership that supported each other. No matter what, he could not reject Wei Xiaodong's request. No matter how difficult the delivery was, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency would not only accept it, but they would also ensure that nothing went wrong. Qi Wenhan also knew that this escort mission would not be easy. Those nominal escorts would shrink back at the sight of it. That was understandable, but the problem was that there were also permanent escorts at the scene. They spent a lot of money on them, but they retreated at the critical moment. How could he do that? Seeing Qi Wenhan's uneasy expression, the escorts couldn't help but feel embarrassed, especially the ones who were permanently stationed here. They didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Even so, they weren't willing to accept this mission. Young master, it's not that we don't want to accept it, but we've already accepted other offers. We can't just abandon them. Someone braced himself and replied. I can understand that, but it can't be that everyone here is like that, right? Qi Wenhan frowned. Young master, I'll go. Finally, one of the escorts stood up. I'll go too. At the same time, another one stood up. However, aside from these two, there was no one else. These two were permanent escorts, and they didn't have any other scheduled missions on hand. They were relatively free at the moment, and if they didn't stand up now, they would lose face. That was why they had no choice but to do it. Even if the other people were permanent escorts, as long as they had a good reason, they wouldn't be willing to accept this kind of job. As for the nominal escorts who were free to come and go, there was no need to even mention them. Whether or not they wanted to accept the mission depended on their mood, and the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency had no control over them. Is there anyone else who wants to go? This time there are more goods, and we need at least 4 escorts to escort them. Although Qi Wenhan's expression had softened a little, he was still in a difficult position. At least 4 escorts were required to escort the goods. This was Wei Xiaodong's request, and it was also the bottom line to ensure the safety of the goods. However, this mission was to Rock Island, and it was already good enough to have 2 escorts. It would be difficult to get 4 at once. Fortunately, these escorts were only a portion of the total number. There were still many escorts who hadn't arrived yet. Qi Wenhan believed that as long as the mission was posted, it wouldn't be a problem to gather 4 escorts. They would just have to wait for 2 more days. Of course, this was the last resort. The dignified Equal of Heaven Escort Agency needed 2 more days to gather 4 escorts. Wouldn't they be looked down upon and become a laughing stock? Qi Wenhan swept his gaze across the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. He was secretly hopeful. After all, according to the rules, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency couldn't force the nominal escorts to accept any missions. Everyone else present was thick-skinned and wily. Instead of counting on them, it was better to count on these 2 newcomers. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but hesitate. Although he didn't have much of an impression of Rock Island and didn't know the specific difficulties of this mission, he could already tell from the expressions of the others that this was definitely a hot potato. If it were any other time with his cautious temperament, he definitely wouldn't rashly step out and step on this mine. However, on second thought, with his and Huang Xiaotao's current situation, it was actually not a bad choice to take advantage of this opportunity to go out for a while. That fellow Chang Ketian had clamored in front of everyone, saying that he would keep a close eye on the two of them. Once they were discovered to be alone, he would definitely come looking for trouble. With his and Huang Xiaotao's current strength, they were definitely not a match for his servant who was a peak early nascent soul realm expert. Rather than passively hiding in the equal of heaven escort agency and being unable to go out, it was better to take this opportunity to temporarily leave Wei Qian City for a while. At that time, even if Chang Ketian wanted to find the two of them, it wouldn't be so easy. However, how dangerous was this mission to Rock Island? Was it worth it to accept this mission to escape from Chang Ketian's sight? Lin Yi still needed to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 42-32. Good. Young hero Ling and Miss Huang are indeed disciples of a large sect. Such courage is truly admirable. I will remember it. Qi Wenhan was overjoyed. The way he looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao became more and more kind, and there was even a hint of gratitude. After all, from a certain point of view, Lin Yi's bravery had indeed helped him out of trouble. At least he did not lose face in front of Wei Xiaotong. Just based on this point, he would remember Lin Yi's kindness. The two of us have just arrived here, and we are indebted to Brother Qi for accepting us so warmly. Since there is a place where we can be of use, we naturally have to do our best. This is what we should do. Lin Yi smiled. You two are so loyal. I really did not misjudge you. Qi Wenhan patted Lin Yi's shoulder happily. He then pointed to the two escorts who had just stood up and said, "Let me introduce you. These two are the permanent escorts of our escort agency, Li Yanji and Guanzun. They are very experienced in escorting goods. I hope you can cooperate sincerely." Lin Yi looked at the two. Li Yanji was an expert at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Guanzun was slightly weaker. He was a middle-stage Golden Elixir realm expert. Greetings, Brother Li, Brother Guan. I hope you two can forgive us and take care of us. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and took the initiative to greet them. Li Yanji and Guanzun did not answer. They only cupped their hands. Their reactions were as cold as before. The two of them clearly looked down on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. This was human nature. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's strength were only at the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. They were much weaker than the two of them. This meant that if the escorts encountered an unexpected situation, they would not be of much help. Moreover, they could easily become the other party's breakthrough point and become a complete burden. Moreover, in their eyes, these two had just arrived and did not know anything. They stood up to accept the mission at this time. They were probably here to flatter their young master. There was really no need to look up to them. However, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao didn't seem to feel their disdain at all. They didn't have the slightest change in expression, and their expressions remained the same. Qi Wenhan saw all of this and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Although Li Yanji and Guanzun were experienced escorts in the escort agency, when compared to Lin Yi and Li Yanji, it was obvious who was superior. In terms of strength, the Lin Yi duo could injure a peak early Yuanying stage master like Old Kong head-on, which was evaluated as unfathomable. That was not an exaggeration at all. On the other hand, Li Guan and the other man probably could not even defeat an ordinary late-stage Gold Elixir realm master. What right did they have to look down on others? In terms of bearing, Lin Yi and Li Guan were neither servile nor overbearing. They were indifferent to favors or insults. On the other hand, not only did Li Guan fail to see reality clearly, they even thought that they were a cut above the others and were inferior to them. It was far more than 108,000 miles. Previously, Qi Wenhan had felt that Li Guan and Zhang Xian were still alright. However, compared to Lin Yi and Zhang Xian, they were simply on a completely different level. However, Qi Wenhan didn't say anything more. Otherwise, if he made Li Guan and Zhang Xian unhappy and caused discord between them, this escort mission would really be a disaster. After choosing the escorts, a group of people immediately came to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi took a look and found that the architectural style was exactly the same as that of the North Island branch. It was just that the scale was slightly smaller, but it was still generous and imposing. Under Wei Xiaodong's guidance, Qi Wenhan brought Lin Yi. and the other 3 people to personally inspect the goods. They were all boxes that had been sealed long ago, and no one knew what was inside. This was to prevent the escorts from stealing. It was a rule of the trade. When the time came, the 4 of them only needed to send the sealed boxes to Fong House on Rock Island untouched, and it would be considered a success. If any of the sealed boxes were to be destroyed, it would be their responsibility. After checking, Chi Wen-han gave Lin Yi and the other 3 a map of the Wayark territorial waters. What was different from ordinary territorial maps was that there was a new route marked on it. It was personally marked by Chi Wen-han, and it was the route that the 4 of them would take. The reason for this was also a rule of the trade. In order to prevent spies from appearing, the specific route for any escort mission was absolutely confidential. It would only be handed over to the escorts before the mission. As long as the route was not leaked, even if the scoundrels got wind of it in advance and found out about the destination, they wouldn't be able to wait for them. This was because they didn't know which route was the real one. When everything was ready, Wei Xiaodong walked over and repeatedly reminded Lin Yi and the others, "My Hong Chamber of Commerce will be in your hands this time. The goods this time are very valuable. To be honest, the value is at least 300,000 spirit jades. This is an astronomical figure. And if something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. I hope that you will do your best. When you return, I will hold a celebratory feast for you. There will be other rewards. Don't worry, shopkeeper Wei. We won't dare to be negligent." Lin Yi and the others shivered. 300,000 spirit jades was not a small number at all. It was indeed a big deal. According to the route I gave you, if everything goes smoothly, you will not encounter any pirates. In fact, it will be a deserted area. However, this doesn't mean that there is no risk. Chi Wen-han also reminded them, "There is an old saying in our escort agency. Danger always happens when it's impossible. You must be vigilant and not let your guard down." "Young master, don't worry. This is not our first time on an escort mission. We know what to do." Li Yinji and Guanzhou nodded in agreement. "All right. Both of you are experienced escorts and this is a heavy responsibility. Young Master Ling and Miss Huang are both newcomers, and they don't know much about our trade. I hope that you'll be able to teach us a thing or two, and do your part for our equal escort agency." Chi Wen-han cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao followed suit. "Yes, we know what to do." Li Yinji and Guanzhou looked at each other. After exhorting them, the 4 of them did not linger. After bidding farewell to Chi Wen-han and Wei Xiaodong, they immediately set sail from the seaport. The route that Chi Wen-han had given them just now had already indicated that they had to travel by water and not by air. "Brother Li, Brother Guan, I have a question in my heart, and I would like the 2 of you to enlighten me. Why are we taking the water route and not flying spirit beasts?" Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Huang Xiaotao was equally confused. Chapter 42-33. Moreover, although the goods entrusted by Wei Xiaodong this time were extremely valuable, they were not big in size. Even with the 4 escorts, 2 flying spirit beasts were enough to handle it. No matter how one looked at it, it was much more cost-effective than going by water. Li Guan and Li Yinji looked at Lin Yi in disdain. They did not want to talk to him at first, but they remembered Chi Wen-han's special instructions before they left, so they could only explain patiently. Rock Island is only a few dozen miles away from the South Island. Not only is there miasma everywhere, but there are also many powerful spirit beasts in the nearby airspace. If ordinary flying spirit beasts fly into their territory, they are likely to be attacked. By then, they will be living targets. They are simply courting death. Li Yinji curled his lips and said, "But is there no danger in the sea?" Lin Yi was stunned. The spirit beasts were terrifying, but according to his understanding, the sea beasts were definitely not easy to deal with. "Yes, there is no danger in the sea." Li Yinji looked at Lin Yi in disdain and continued to explain. Although the sea beasts wreak havoc in the sea, they never dare to approach the South Island. Therefore, there have never been any sea beasts in the sea near the South Island. "I see. Thank you for your advice, Brother Li." Lin Yi nodded and thanked him. Li Yinji's originally disdainful expression eased a little. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't mind it too much. He was thinking about what the ghost had told him before. The spirit beasts claimed to be the rulers of all the spirit beasts in the world, but even if the stronger spirit beasts on the other islands didn't acknowledge it, they had never conquered the sea beasts. The spirit beasts and the sea beasts minded their own business. Since the South Island was the base camp of the spirit beasts, it was reasonable that there were no sea beasts in the surrounding sea. However, when he thought about the ghost, Linny could not help but feel a little puzzled. Speaking of which, he had not communicated with the ghost for a long time. However, he could feel that there was nothing wrong with the ghost's current state. It was more like it was cultivating in seclusion, which was why it had been in a state of isolation. As for how its primordial spirit was able to cultivate in seclusion, while residing in the space of the jade pendant, no one knew. What Linny was curious about now was that they were so close to the South Island. What kind of attitude would that thing have? After all, it was an elder of the Spirit Beast clan. Even if it didn't complete its mission, it should have some thoughts about returning to this place. However, Linny didn't want to disturb the ghost if it didn't come out of seclusion. He could only wait for it to come out of seclusion in the future. While they were talking, the sailboat took advantage of the wind. What Linny didn't know was that not long after they left, Chang Ketian and his men chased after them. What about that Ling Yi? Where is it? Cheng Jutian scanned the busy dock. He couldn't help but ask anxiously when he didn't see Lin Yi's shadow. The power of the Poison Eye mercenary group was indeed not to be underestimated. It had only been a few hours since Lin Yi had used the alias Ling Yi. Moreover, he hadn't used it in public, but it had been found out by their minions. He had just received news from his minions that Ling Yi. He actually appeared at the seaport again. He didn't expect that he would get the chance to take revenge so soon. Cheng Ketian immediately rushed over with Old Kong without saying anything. Just in case, he also specially brought a few more masters above the late stage of the Gold Core realm from the mercenary group. In this way, even if Qi Wenhan was present, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Young Master Cheng, they have left. A man who was responsible for keeping an eye on the dock replied weakly. What? Left? Cheng Ketian suddenly became angry. He kicked the man to the ground and scolded. Useless trash. You saw them leave but you didn't stop them. You just watched them leave? Young Master Cheng, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't dare to. They are using the Heavens Equal Escort Agency as an escort. Moreover, they are goods from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. How would I be so daring? The man was about to cry. In a place like the seaport, if he directly made a move on Ling Yi, normal people would think that he was robbing. He would offend the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce at the same time. How would he survive in the future? They went on an escort trip? Only then did Cheng Ketian's expression soften. If that was really the case, not to mention his underlings, even he wouldn't dare to do it himself. After all, even the Poison Eye mercenary group wouldn't dare to offend these two groups at the same time. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. The man nodded hurriedly. Humph. Then I'll let you off this time. Cheng Ketian snorted coldly. Then he looked at the distant sea and growled with a ferocious expression. Went on an escort trip? Very well, I don't believe that you won't come back. Wait, what did you say? They are escorting the Hong Chamber of Commerce? That's right. The man nodded. That's good. Cheng Ketian said something inexplicable, then turned and walked away. They traveled for 3 consecutive days. Just like what Qi Wenhan had said before they left, the journey was uneventful. They didn't encounter any danger or accidents. However, Lin Yi and the others didn't let their guard down because of this. The 4 of them took turns to stand guard on the lookout. If there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately sound the alarm. However, although there was a lookout, the line of sight was not good. The sea surface was completely shrouded in sea fog, and the visibility was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. According to what Lin Yi knew, the fog would only get thicker as they continued to move forward. Moreover, it would gradually turn from a non-poisonous sea fog to a poisonous miasma. This meant that they weren't far from Rock Island. According to Li Guan and Ling Yi, they would have to take special anti-miasma pills to prevent being poisoned too deeply. After all, even a Golden Core expert's resistance was limited. Of course, it was also because of the thick sea fog that this place was so deserted. Moreover, they didn't have to worry about sea beasts attacking them, so there was almost no danger to speak of. Other than taking turns to stand guard and maintain sufficient vigilance, the only thing the four of them had to do was to control the direction of the sailing ship according to the needle of the compass. For a Golden Core expert, as long as they practiced a little, it wasn't difficult to control the ship. At this time, Guanxian was standing guard on the lookout. Li Yinji was in the cockpit controlling the ship. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao stood on the deck and looked around. Chapter 42-34. At this moment, the jade pendant on Lin Yi's chest suddenly moved. He hurriedly gave Huang Xiaotao a look, signaling her to be careful. "What's wrong?" Huang Xiaotao asked, puzzled. "Pay attention to the sound of the water. Something feels wrong." Lin Yi frowned. Although he could not see anything with the naked eye, the monotonous sound of the water had clearly become mixed up. It gave Lin Yi the feeling that another ship was rapidly approaching. The moment this thought appeared, it became very strong. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately wanted to warn Li Yinji and Guanzun. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, before he could say anything, four powerful auras suddenly soared into the sky from not far away. They flew in their direction without any concealment. Lin Yi could not help but be shocked. These four were actually experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm. There was no time to think about why these four people would suddenly appear on the vast sea with such thick sea fog. Lin Yi hurriedly took a few steps back with Huang Xiaotao. At the same time, he warned Li Guan and Guan. In the blink of an eye, the four experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm landed on the deck. Each of them had a fierce aura and an unfriendly expression. At the same time, Li Guan and Guanxian received the warning and hurriedly came to the deck. They looked at each other, then at Lin Yi and Guanzuan, before looking at the four uninvited guests who were approaching aggressively. However, they were experienced escorts after all. Faced with such a situation, an ordinary person would have been scared to the ground. However, Li Yinji and Guanxian did not seem nervous at all. "Four masters, I am Li Yinji of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. I am passing by your place. Please do me a favor, and I will definitely repay you in the future." Li Yinji cupped his hands at the four people and took a deep breath. He dared not brag about the Heavens Equal Escort Agency elsewhere, but at least in the Wayark territorial waters. Everyone knew about it and it was quite a deterrent. Usually, even when robbers wanted to steal goods, they would deliberately avoid a large escort agency like the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to avoid being hunted down by people all over the world in the future. Lin Yi secretly nodded. Li Yinji didn't seem like much before, but it was rare for him to be able to remain so calm at such a critical moment. Otherwise, if he trembled in fear the moment he appeared and was seen as a soft persimmon that could be pinched at any time, there would really be no leeway at all. Equal Heaven Escort Agency? Haha, do you think you can scare me with such a title? The leader of the group curled his lips in disdain. The other three experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm also laughed coldly. It seemed like they did not think much of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Hearing this, Li Yinji could not help but feel suffocated. He and Guanxian looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Both of them were experienced escorts. They had encountered several robberies in the past, but each time, as long as they mentioned the name of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, they would not be able to escape. After all, the Equal Heaven Escort Agency was the local tyrant of the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Its power was deeply rooted. Both sides had to give him some face. Even the most difficult of criminals would have some misgivings. At most, they would ask for some benefits. Then it would be fine. However, the four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm, who had appeared out of nowhere, were completely different from the criminals they had encountered before. After hearing the words Equal Heaven Escort Agency, not only were they not afraid, but they also looked disdainful. It was obvious that they were here for the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. This. Li Yinji hesitated for a moment and looked at Guanzun. After all, they were the permanent escorts of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Now was the time for them to be put to good use. It would be a little inexcusable if they just admitted defeat. However, just as he was about to bite the bullet and say a few good words, the leader of the other party sneered impatiently and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I will take over the ship from now on. If you know what's good for you, I can spare your lives." If you don't humph, then don't blame me for being rude. Although there are no sea beasts in the sea, I can still break your legs and drown you." As they spoke, the four people at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm unleashed their powerful aura without reservation. Li Yanji and Guanxian were scared out of their wits. They nodded repeatedly and did not dare to speak again. The other party had four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm. On their side, although there were four people, the strongest one was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm, and the two weakest were only at the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. They were not at the same level. How could they fight? There was no room for resistance. What else could they do except to admit defeat? Li Guan and Guanxian were experienced. To put it bluntly, they were two old foxes. When faced with such a situation, they would not act rashly. After all, the treasures did not belong to them. They were just escorting someone else. Why would they risk their lives? After all, they could go back and explain the situation. Given the difference in strength between them, even the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could not blame them. At most, they would just get some compensation. Seeing this, Lin gave Huang Xiaotao a look and did not move either. This escort mission was led by Li Guan and Guanzun. Even the two of them had surrendered. Lin and Huang Xiaotao naturally did not need to take the lead. According to Lin Yi's character, if Li Guan and Guanxian chose to resist, then he and Huang Xiaotao would definitely not retreat. Even if the other party was four experts at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm, and there seemed to be a huge difference in strength, if Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao worked together, they might still stand a chance. The power of their combined 8 trigrams palm strike was fatal to any Golden Elixir realm expert. Not bad. You're all quite sensible. Save me the trouble. Put your hands on your heads and squat to the side. The leader laughed coldly. At the same time, he instructed the person behind him, "You go and steer the ship." Li Yanji and Guandian did not dare to resist. They immediately squatted to the side obediently. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao also followed silently. After a while, he felt the ship suddenly turn at a great angle. It deviated from the original direction by more than 90 degrees. In Lin Yi's mind, he could not help but recall the sea map that he had seen before they set off. At this moment, if they were to deviate in this direction, they would not be going to Rock Island. They would not even be going to the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. Instead, they would be going directly to another territorial waters. If he remembered correctly, the territorial waters in this direction were called the Jinduan territorial waters. The situation there was not much different from the Fleecy Arc territorial waters. However, it was said that compared to the Fleecy Arc territorial waters, it was even more chaotic. It was a truly chaotic land without a master. At the same time, Li Guan and Guanxian were also puzzled. However, they were puzzled as to why these four villains had suddenly appeared in this place. Chapter 42-35. If they were local pirates, for masters at the peak of the late Gold Elixir realm was already a group that could not be underestimated. They should have a name in the Wayark Sea. However, after so many years of escorting, they had never heard of such a pirate group. What's more, judging from the behavior of these four people, they did not feel like ordinary pirates. Who were these four people? Moreover, this place was surrounded by sea fog. Normally, they could not even see clearly. Even if they were masters at the peak of the late Gold Elixir realm, there was no way for them to see clearly in such a thick sea fog. Why would they wait here to rob the escorts? Judging from the way they charged straight at him, it was obvious that they had been prepared for a long time and were heading straight for his ship. Li Guan and the other man were filled with bewilderment, but no one would answer their questions. They could only keep it to themselves. Pirates had always been vicious. They would be thankful if they could keep their lives. How could they dare to say anything else at this time? Not to mention that they would annoy the other party. If they knew too much about this kind of thing, especially when it involved the other party's identity, they would really lose their heads. It was not a good thing to know too much. As experienced old escorts, they still had this bit of insight. After 2 days and nights, the ship finally docked at an unfamiliar dock. The leader shouted coldly at the four people, "All of you get off." Li Yanji and Guanxian looked at each other and immediately nodded. Without saying anything, they flew off the ship. They had been on tenterhooks for the past 2 days, fearing that the other party would suddenly change their mind and kill them. Now that they had finally endured it, of course, they would escape as fast as they could. Linny was thoughtful. Finally, he looked at the four masters at the peak of the late gold elixir realm, but he did not say anything. He also pulled Huang Xiaotao off the ship. After driving Linny and the others off the ship did not stop. Then it set sail again. With the strong sea breeze at this time, it disappeared from the sight of Linny and the others in a moment. Brother Guan, what should we do now? Linny turned to ask the two. What else can we do? Hurry up and think of a way to go back. Li Yinji replied snappily. Humph, I used to do the escort work well, but this time I got involved with the two of you. Not only did I work for nothing, but I'll also get scolded when I get back. How unlucky! Guanxian muttered sarcastically. His meaning was very obvious. In his opinion, the reason he was so unlucky this time was because he had encountered the two calamities, Linny and Huang Xiaotao. Linny furrowed his brows, but he remained calm and collected. He did not pay any attention to him and only shook his head at Huang Xiaotao, indicating that she should not speak anymore. As he spoke, Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he looked at the other side of the pier. It just so happened that there was a small sailboat with a sign hanging on its bow. On it were 3 large words. Crescent Arc City. Is there anyone else going to Velvet Arc City? There were still 2 more to go. The boat is about to depart. Is there anyone who wants to go? If you want to go, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait for a long time. A waiter on the ship shouted at the top of his lungs. Linny and the other 3 looked at each other and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to go over. At the same time, they secretly laughed in their hearts. This situation and this scene were somewhat familiar. Why did it feel like the secular world? Was it like the feeling of those unlicensed taxi drivers at the big and small stations? Waiter, you don't have to shout. We're just going to Velvet Arc City. Li Yinji walked in front and immediately boarded the boat. He had been to this place several times before. It was no longer within the scope of Velvet Arc waters. There were not many boats going to Velvet Arc City. If he missed this one, he estimated that he would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer if he was unlucky. Wait, there are only 4 of you? The waiter did not step aside. He glanced at Linny and the other 3 and shook his head decisively. No, only 2 people. Not 1 more. 2 is the same, 4 is also the same. It's not like we're not paying, why can't 1 more? You don't even want the money that's delivered to your door. You have a character. Li Yinji could not help but frown. Sir, we are a small boat. It doesn't matter how many people there are on those big boats. Our carrying capacity is limited. At most, we can only carry 2 more people. The waiter immediately smiled apologetically. Humph. Aren't you just trying to earn more money by saying so much? Fine, I won't argue with a small character like you. We have 2 more people, so we'll double the price. That should be fine, right? Li Yinji curled his lips in an experienced manner. Oh, I'm really not fooling you. Who doesn't want to make money? The waiter waved his hand with a bitter face. You know how strong the wind and waves are in this sea. Even if it's just 1 extra person, it will be very risky. So, I really don't dare to make this money. At this point, Li Yinji, Linny, and the others could only look at each other, speechless. If they forced themselves to board the boat, not only would the waiter not agree, but the key was that the passengers who had already boarded the boat would also not agree. If something happened and the boat capsized, wouldn't everyone be buried with them? No one could afford to be the scapegoat. Just as they were in a dilemma, Li Yinji and Guanzan, who were in front, looked at each other and suddenly walked to the step. They said to the waiter, "Then it'll be just the 2 of us." The waiter paused, looking at Linny and Huang Xiaotao, who were still standing at the same spot. Under Li Guan's urging, the waiter quickly stepped aside and let them onto the boat. The boat didn't stay any longer and set sail immediately. What should we do? Huang Xiaotao turned her head to look at Linny as she watched the sail away. She opened her mouth in astonishment. There's no other way. Let's ask again. Linny shook his head helplessly. He really didn't think that Li Guan and Guanxian would do this. They left the 2 of them behind and ran away. Although they weren't really familiar with each other, they were, after all, on this trip. No matter what, they were on the same side. Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 of them walked around the pier. Because they were already in different waters, Although there were many boats here, there were very few heading to Weiwan City. In the end, Linny only found a signboard with the words Weiwan City on it. However, it was completely empty. There wasn't a single boat. "Little brother, is there a boat to Weiwan City here?" Linny asked the waiter who was sitting at the side eating. "Go to Weiwan City?" The waiter paused, put down his chopsticks and said, "There is, but the nearest boat will only depart on the 8th of next month. You two will have to wait for a while." Counting the days, it was only the 10th of next month. There was almost a month left. Linny and Huang Xiaotao were speechless. Chapter 42:36. "Brother, why do we have to wait until the 8th of next month? The pier is so big and there are so many ships. Is there only one ship going to Velvet Arc City?" Linny asked in surprise. "Hey, you two are new here, right? We're in the Zhenduan Sea domain, and Verdant Arc City is in the Verdant Arc Sea domain. Not only is the distance from here to Verdant Arc City far, but the key is that the forces of the two seas are constantly at war with each other, and it's extremely chaotic. If we don't take good care of both sides, then we won't be able to get through." The waiter explained to the two of them, "That's why ordinary passenger ships can't do this business at all. There are only 2 or 3 experienced old ships that use this route at the entire pier. A round trip would take a month, so we'll have to wait for a while. Even if there are only 2 or 3 of them and each round trip takes a month, we don't need to wait for an entire month, right? Could it be that the ship you mentioned on the 8th of next month is the one that just left?" Linny frowned. "That's right. Actually, other than the one that just left, there's another slightly larger one that set sail half a month ago. It should be stopping at Velvet Arc City right now, and will return here in half a month's time. However, the spots on this ship have already been booked in advance, so the two of you will have to wait a little longer." The waiter shook his head and suggested, "If you're sure that you're leaving on the 8th of next month, can I reserve 2 seats for you? However, you will need to pay a deposit of 10 pieces of spirit jades first." "All right then, thank you." Linny thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only way. He immediately gave the waiter 10 pieces of spirit jades. No matter what happened at that time, it was always a good idea to reserve 2 seats. In any case, even if he didn't take this ship, he didn't mind wasting 10 pieces of spirit jades. "All right, on the 8th of next month, please come early." The shop assistant took the spiritual jades and immediately ran to a wooden house that looked like a toll booth. He took out 2 tickets and gave them to Linny and Lu Jingning. After putting away the ticket, Linny turned to Huang Xiaotao and said, "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Since we don't have any other choice, let's just stay here and take a look." Okay, the information from the law enforcement hall said that Wu Baoliang appeared in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, but the information might not be accurate and timely. Furthermore, he might not always stay in the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Who knows, he might have gone to the nearby territorial waters. Huang Xiaotao comforted him. That's true. Let's try our luck here first." Linny nodded. Actually, in his opinion, temporarily staying here and not being able to return was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, Chang Ketian was still eyeing Velvet Arc City like a tiger eyeing its prey. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He could avoid this threat. Actually, I think it's very strange. Li Yanji and Guanxian both lost the escort, yet they left us behind and rushed back. Aren't they asking for a scolding? I don't know what they're thinking. Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but mutter. They must have some other plan. When we go back, we can push the blame onto the two of us. By the time we go back, the matter will have already been sealed in the coffin. Linny smiled indifferently. Based on the disdainful attitude of the two of them towards him and Huang Xiaotao, this kind of thing was not difficult to speculate. However, Linny agreeing to be the escort was an accident. He didn't care about these things and was too lazy to care about whether these people would slander him or not. If that's really the case, they're too despicable. This situation was caused by the two of them voluntarily surrendering. Otherwise, the escort might not have been lost. Huang Xiaotao said indignantly. There's no knowing what's in a person's heart. Who knows? Linny shook his head. Then he said, Actually, I think another thing is strange. Those 4 experts at the peak of the late Golden Elixir realm seem to have planned and prepared. But in the boundless sea fog, they didn't know the route we took. How could it be possible? Unless what? Huang Xiaotao asked, blinking her eyes. Unless there's another inside story. Lin Yi was only making a bold guess. So far there was no substantial evidence, so he didn't go into detail. Then he said, "Forget it. We have to stay here for a month. Let's find an inn to stay at first." Okay. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Suddenly she felt a little heavier. It turned out that Lin Yi had taken off his coat and put it on her. Suddenly she felt warm in her heart. The reason why Lin Yi did this was actually because he had learned a lesson from before. Although Huang Xiaotao was covered with a veil and others couldn't see her appearance clearly, her exquisite figure couldn't be covered, and it was still easy to attract attention. If he encountered people like Chang Ketian again, it might be another trouble. But now that he had put on the coat, even his figure was covered, so no one would pay attention to him anymore. The two of them immediately came out of the dock and walked to a town not far from the dock. Like Weiwan City, this place was also the center of the Zhenduan Sea area. Its name was the same, Zhenduan City. Rumor had it that the Zhenduan Sea area was much more chaotic than the Weiwan Sea area. But from the situation at the dock just now, it could be felt that there were far more people here than in Weiwan City. This situation became more obvious when the two of them entered the Zhenduan City. The streets were bustling with people, full of people. It was a bustling scene. This long-lost feeling even made Lin Yi think of the secular world. Only in the commercial streets of big cities in the secular world, and only during holidays and promotions, could such a crowded situation be seen. As for other places on the Heaven Stage Island, even the Middle Island market was not so crowded. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. While pulling Huang Xiaotao, he squeezed into the crowd and drifted with the flow. However, after walking for a full hour, he was surprised to find that not only was it difficult to find a boat to Weiwan City, but even finding an inn was also an extravagant hope. They had already strolled 3 streets and passed by 7 or 8 inns. However, every single one of them clearly hung a sign indicating that they were full. What's wrong with this place? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao both looked at each other in puzzlement. Even if it was the first time they came to Zhenduan City, the two of them could clearly feel that this place was a little strange. Just as the two of them were puzzled, they followed the crowd to a square and heard many people shouting one after another. Although they were full of energy, the crowd was too large, and soon it was covered by the noise of the crowd. However, with Lin Yi's hearing, as long as he was willing, he could clearly hear the content of these people shouting after a little closer. Chapter 42-37. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and walked over. They realized that the person who was shouting was an expert in the later stage of the Golden Core realm. Lufeng Forest. We have an experienced guide who can guide us to Lufeng Forest. I guarantee that we will be able to make a lot of money. If you are interested, come and sign up. Experts in the Golden Core realm and the Perfected realm are forming a group. We guarantee your safety. If you want to go to Lufeng Forest, come quickly. Is there anyone who wants to join us in Lufeng Forest? We are only short of 1 person. We will leave immediately. Come quickly. Not far away there were also endless shouts. Lin Yi glanced around. Most of these people were in the Golden Core realm. However, there were a few who were in the Foundation Building realm. They were at least in the later stage of the Foundation Building realm or the Perfected realm. As for the original Infant realm, he didn't see a single one. Of course, with the rallying power of a nascent soul stage expert, no matter where they were, if they really wanted to find people to form a group, they would definitely be able to find a lot of people. It was estimated that the moment they shouted, the group would be filled up. There was no need for them to try to recruit like these people. However, what surprised Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao was that all these people mentioned the same place, Lufeng Forest. Why were so many people going to Lufeng Forest? Could it be that the reason why so many people gathered in Zhenduan City was because of Lufeng Forest? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao didn't know what was going on. They looked around and found a random guy shouting on the side of the road. "Brother, may I ask why you formed a group to head to Lufeng Forest? Why is everyone going to Lufeng Forest?" The person Lin Yi found was a man in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. He looked kind and should be easy to talk to. "No way. You don't know?" The man in green looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao as if they were monsters. He was in disbelief and his lips twitched. "Even if you are foreign cultivators, why are you in Zhenduan City at this time? Aren't you going to Lufeng Forest for an adventure?" We came here by accident, so we know nothing about it. Brother, can you tell us why so many people want to go to Lufeng Forest? Linny asked curiously. Alright then, I'll tell you about it. The azure-clothed man could roughly tell that Linny and Li Yunhong were early-stage gold core experts and could be considered as potential partners. Thus, he patiently explained to the two of them, have you heard of Lufeng Forest before? It was a primeval forest on South Island. Like other places on South Island, it was covered by miasma all year round. Normally, it is very difficult to disperse. Us human cultivators are also incapable of entering. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to come out if you force your way in. 9.5 out of 10 will die inside. Linny nodded his head. Before he left Crescent City, he had heard from Qi Wenhan how powerful the miasma was. Unless it was a nascent soul cultivator or above, it wasn't something a normal human cultivator could resist. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, even if he used his protective Jinqi all the time, it would eventually run out. Of course, Linny didn't have to worry about running out of Jinqi. Moreover, he was also immune to all poisons in the secular world. However, the problem was that he wasn't confident in dealing with the poisons on Heaven Level Island. The drunk immortal was an example. It was hard to say whether the miasma would be a problem for him. Moreover, the miasma could greatly affect the range of one's perception. In a dense forest where danger lurked everywhere, it was very fatal. Perhaps one wrong step and he would be done for. However, although the miasma in Lufeng Forest doesn't dissipate all year round, there is a specific time every year when the miasma will dissipate in a short period of time. We can then enter through the Lufeng Path teleportation formation. Think about it, no one can enter that place normally. Wouldn't there be natural treasures everywhere? I heard that there are even myriad crossing golden core fruits. The azure-clothed man pretended to be mysterious. Oh, really? Linny was instantly moved. Even Huang Xiaotao, who was beside him, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Previously, they had accidentally discovered the myriad crossing golden core fruit in Hutsai Mountain. That was how they were able to reach their current realm. Without this treasure, Linny would probably still be at the perfected foundation establishment stage. He wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the golden core stage, let alone Huang Xiaotao. The value of the myriad crossing golden core fruit could only be described as sky-high. Even in a place like Middle Island where top-notch chambers of commerce gathered, Linny had never seen it in the market. To him, a myriad crossing golden core fruit was basically equivalent to a supreme-grade golden core. This thing was much rarer than the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he had collected through all kinds of means. It was truly an item that could only be encountered by chance. Even if he tried many times, whether he could obtain it in the end was half up to fate and half up to luck. Of course it's true. I didn't hear this from someone else. In the past, there were more than 1 or 2 people who found the universal golden core fruit in Lufeng Forest. In fact, there were almost every year. Otherwise, why would there be so many people rushing here at this time? The azure-clothed man said with a face full of confidence. Linny understood now. With the attraction of the myriad crossing golden core fruit, it was not strange that so many people were attracted. After all, many of the people present were either experts in the golden core stage or experts in the perfected foundation establishment stage. The myriad crossing golden core fruit was a fatal temptation for them. No wonder there weren't many experts in the nascent soul stage. Perhaps experts in the nascent soul stage didn't need these things. So there are so many people gathered in Jinduan City, and even all the inns are full. They're all going to Lufeng Forest? Linny nodded and said, I can't say that all of them are. I can only say that some of them are, and some of them are not. The man in green smiled and scratched his head. Oh, there are some that are not. Then why are they here? Linny couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my God, why don't you know anything? The man in green couldn't help but be shocked. He once again looked at Linny and Huang Xiaotao as if they were monsters. However, he was a warm-hearted person and took the initiative to explain. Even if you're not from here, you should have heard about it, right? After a while, the East Continent Huang Stage Academy will come here to recruit students. Rumor has it that the Zhenduan Sea is the first stop. Many people come here for this matter. They're all conserving their strength, waiting to show their strength. If they can pass the test, they can go to the East Continent to study. East Continent? What's that place? Lin Yi suddenly became even more confused. Not only him, but Huang Xiaotao next to him was also confused. She had never heard of such a word. Chapter 42:38. I'm going to faint. The man in cyan put his hand on his forehead, speechless. He looked as if he was about to be stunned by Lin Yi and the other two monsters. After a while, he asked as if he had seen a ghost. East Continent is East Island. You don't even know that? Huh. East Continent is East Island? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao were also a little confused. No wonder this man was so surprised. Even the newcomers in the secular world who had just arrived at the Heaven Stage Island knew about the 5 major islands of Heaven Stage. If they didn't know about East Island, then it could only be explained by aliens. However, they still felt strange and asked, then why is it called East Continent? You two are really weird if you don't even know this. The man in cyan couldn't help but laugh. But he was also a warm-hearted person, so he patiently explained to them. The 5 major islands of Heaven Stage are East, West, South, and Central. This is just a common name. But actually, East Island and South Island are not islands, but East Continent and South Continent. Why is that? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. He had been on Heaven Stage Island for more than a year, but this was the first time he heard this. Even Huang Xiaotao, who was beside him, pricked up her ears curiously. Speaking of which, Huang Xiaotao was a native of Heaven Stage Island, so she should know this common sense. However, she had always been in the North Island. She was usually either cultivating or doing trial tasks. She rarely had any contact with other people, so she rarely had the opportunity to listen to others talk about this. Even she had never heard of the so-called East and South continents. That's because the East Island and the South Island are both extremely large, far larger than the other 3 islands. Some people have roughly estimated that they are at least 10 times larger than the other 3 islands. Therefore, the entire island is a large continent with a vast territory. It's divided into many regions, and the area of each region is comparable to the area of the other 3 islands, or even more than that. The man in green explained to the two of them as he sighed in admiration. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao suddenly understood. These simple words completely overturned their previous understanding of the 5 major islands of Heaven Stage. They had thought that the situation of the other islands was similar to that of the North Island, but they didn't expect it to be so different. Then you just said that East Island, oh no, East Continent's Yellow Step Academy will come here to recruit students. What's that about? Why are so many people flocking to it? Lin Yi continued to ask. Of course, the opportunity to study in the East Continent is the dream of all cultivators. The azure-clothed man said with yearning and envy. Many people think that the Middle Island is the center of the 5 Heaven Stage Islands, so the Middle Island is naturally the strongest. In fact, the strongest strength of the Heaven Stage Islands is in the Eastern Continent, where true experts are as common as clouds. If they can study in the academies of the Eastern Continent, even the core disciples of the top forces of the Middle Island can't wait for such an opportunity. It's not a place they can go whenever they want. I see, no wonder. When Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He had thought that East Island was just one of the 4 major sub-islands, but it turned out to be such a transcendent existence. It was really unexpected. No wonder every time he talked to the ghost or Hongzhong, every time he asked about East Island, he would smile mysteriously and say that he would tell him later. Now that he thought about it, it must be because he was too weak back then, and it would be useless to tell him lest he bite off more than he could chew. East Continent's Yellow Step Academy is recruiting students this time, and the Zhenduan Sea is their first stop. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. According to the experience of those people in the past, the difficulty of the first stop will be much lower, and it will be easier to pass the test. Otherwise, if they wait until the end and the academy is almost full, it will be very difficult. The green-clothed man was an honest man. Even in front of strangers like Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, he didn't hide anything at all. He spilled everything he knew like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Then, what are the conditions for the Yellow Step Academy to recruit students in the past? Lin Yi asked. The first is aptitude. The second is strength. Speaking of this, the azure-clothed man couldn't help but say excitedly, based on past experience, no matter how the recruitment conditions change, There are always these two. And one thing is for sure, the strength must be at least in the gold core realm to sign up, or else don't even think about it. As for aptitude, it's more uncertain and we can't see it ourselves, but they have professionals in this field, and they will use the 5-element stone to test. At least in the gold core realm? Linny was slightly stunned. He and Huang Xiaotao were both experts in the early stage of the gold core realm, and they could just meet this minimum threshold. Hey, this is just the nominal minimum threshold, a minimum registration condition. Look at the many people gathered in Jinduan City now, and more than 80% of them are here for this opportunity. There are so many experts in the gold core realm, and the Yellow Step Academy has a limited number of places. If an expert in the early stage of the gold core realm and an expert in the peak of the late stage of the gold core realm stand together, who do you think they will choose? It must be the expert in the peak of the gold core realm. The azure-clothed man analyzed as if he was an expert. Linny smiled non-committally, somewhat disapproving of this. It was true that in the eyes of ordinary people, they would definitely choose the one with the higher strength. But since the academies in the East Continent were so aloof, how could their eyes be so bad? Moreover, this person had just said that the first thing they valued was aptitude and the second was strength. If the aptitude was not good, even if one was an expert in the peak of the late stage of the gold core realm, so what? After being selected to go to the East Continent, if there was no progress from then on, wouldn't that ruin the reputation of their academy? Not to mention the aptitude in other aspects. Linny and Huang Xiaotao were both experts in the gold core realm who had a perfect breakthrough. Their aptitude and potential were absolutely top-notch in the gold core realm, so in this aspect they had a big advantage. Speaking of which, this time the enrollment of the Huangjie Academy in the East Continent is also very coincidental. It just happens to be the time when the miasma in Lufeng Forest dissipates. Therefore, this led to the gathering of practitioners in Jinduan City this year, far more than in previous years at this time, which is why it is so crowded now. Then, the man in cyan then excitedly let his imagination run wild. If I can get some treasures of heaven and earth in Lufeng Forest this time and improve my strength, then I may participate in the preliminary test of the Huangjie Academy in the East Continent. Maybe I can be selected and then I will soar. Linny and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and couldn't help smiling. This idea was really perfect. Presumably, so many people who came to Jinduan City now more or less had this kind of fantasy. Going to Lufeng Forest to get some treasures of heaven and earth to improve his strength, then preparing for the test of the Huangjie Academy in the East Continent. From then on, he would climb the celestial ladder and amaze the world with a brilliant feat. He was simply a winner in life. R 1152. Chapter 4239. Haha. Then I wish you all the best. Linny responded with a smile and asked, Brother, if you have nothing else to say, can you tell us more about South Continent? The Southern Continent is not only big, but there are also many small islands and seas around it. For example, our Zhanduan Sea and the Wei Arc Sea are all covered by the Southern Continent. But if it's the Southern Island that we usually talk about, then it's different. That refers to the main part of the Southern Continent, the territory of the spirit beasts, and the land we're standing on right now is the Southern Continent. The man in green explained patiently to the two. Oh, I see. Linny nodded. He only knew that South Island was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. But he didn't know that there was also South Continent. Now he finally understood. I'm really stunned by you too. The man in green looked at Lin Yi's expression and said speechlessly, You two don't know anything. Even if you're new here, I've never seen people like you. You have no common sense at all. We're both from the North Island. We've never been here before, and we've never heard about this, so... Linny laughed and said, Oh my God, you're from the North Island? The man in green was shocked and then he nodded and said, It's so far away, and there aren't many people from the North Island here. No wonder you haven't heard about this. If you're a native of South Continent, this is the basic common sense and you must know it. Haha, so thank you for answering our questions. If you didn't explain so much patiently, we'd still be confused and don't know what's going on here. Linny smiled and thanked him with folded hands. Heh, I don't have anything else to do here anyway. I just want to talk a little more. There's nothing to thank me for. The man in green waved his hand and suddenly said, Wait, do you want to form a team? Huh? Form a team? Linny was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. The other party was recruiting people to go to Lufeng Forest together, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Given the current situation, he and Huang Xiaotao wouldn't be able to return to Wei Arc City for the next month. They could only stay in Zhenduan City, but the inns here were overcrowded. He couldn't just sleep on the streets. It was a good choice to take this rare opportunity to go to Lufeng Forest. Perhaps he could really find the universal golden Dan fruit there. However, up until now, all the information he'd obtained was only hearsay, and he hadn't made any preparations beforehand. Since Lufeng Forest possessed so many treasures of the heavens and the earth, then according to the principle that risk and benefit were proportional, it was obvious that it would definitely be filled with danger. If he were to rashly join in, the risk he would have to take would not be small. Huang Xiaotao looked at Lin Yi from the side, waiting for him to make a decision. In any case, she only needed to follow Lin Yi. He didn't have to worry about anything else. Aya, don't hesitate anymore. We're only missing 2 people. The man in green couldn't wait and said, "If I'm not wrong, both of you are gold core stage experts, right? You must be. I've heard about the rules in the North Island. If you don't have the strength of the gold core stage, you won't be allowed to take such a long-distance cross-island mission." Although the man in green was a middle-stage gold core stage expert, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao didn't release their qi. He didn't have a convenient cheat like Lin Yi, so he could only make a rough guess based on his previous experience, but he couldn't be completely sure. "Yes, both of us are early-stage gold core stage." Lin Yi nodded and said, "There was nothing to hide. Well, although your strength is a little lower, early-stage gold core is barely enough. Hurry up and join us. If you continue to delay like this and miss the opportunity to go to Lufeng Forest, it'll be too late to regret it," the man in green hurriedly persuaded. He had been shouting in this square for a whole day, but because his strength was not outstanding enough, so until now no one cared about him. Even if the 2 people in front of him were only early-stage gold core stage experts, it was a pleasant surprise for him to be able to recruit 2 people at once. Otherwise, as he said, the miasma in Lufeng Forest would dissipate for a limited time. If he continued to wait like this, it would be too late. Those who were quick to move had already set off. Maybe they had already collected a big sack of the treasures of heaven and earth. However, because of the lack of people, they could only wait here and waste time. Who wouldn't be anxious? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and finally decided to agree. Anyway, as long as the 2 of them joined forces, they could be said to be invincible in the gold core stage. Even if they went to Lufeng Forest, their safety should be guaranteed. But before that, there were some things that they had to clarify first. "How many people do you have now?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "For now. If you join us, it'll be exactly 6. The man in green saw that Lin Yi was interested and instantly became happy. "Then why don't you find a few more people? 1 more person means 1 more strength. Isn't it much safer for everyone to go in a team?" Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. "Hey, it seems that you really don't know." The man in green smiled speechlessly and explained patiently, "There is only one way to go to Lufeng Forest, which is to use the Lufeng Road teleportation formation. There is no other way. After all, it is just at the edge of the South Island. Whether we go by water or air, it is extremely easy to be attacked by spirit beasts. It is very dangerous." Lufeng Road teleportation formation? Is there a limit on the number of people? Lin Yi could not help but speculate. That's right. That's right. Only 6 people can enter the teleportation formation at a time. Not 1 more or 1 less. Only exactly 6 people can be teleported into Lufeng Forest. However, the teleportation location is random, and we don't know where we will be teleported to. If we are lucky, we might be able to step on a natural treasure. If we are unlucky, we might fall into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. In any case, we can only be sure that we will be teleported to Lufeng Forest. This Lufeng Road teleportation formation had been around for a long time. Everyone knew how to use it, but they could not figure out its teleportation mechanism. After so many years, it could be concluded that it was random. Apart from that, there was no pattern. If that is the case, then what if 6 people go in and 1 or 2 of them accidentally die? Won't they not be able to come back? Lin Yi could not help but ask. You don't have to worry about that. This Lufeng Road teleportation formation only has a limit on the number of people who can enter. There is no limit on the number of people who can come back. Even if there is only 1 person, they can still leave. The man in green smiled and shook his head. Chapter 4240. Well, thank you for your advice, brother. In that case, we have decided to join. Linny nodded. Since there was no restriction on coming back, there was nothing to worry about. Otherwise, if they were separated after going in and could not come back, it would be really bad. In any case, there was nothing else for him to do here. According to the current situation, he might even have to sleep on the streets. With Huang Xiaotao's beauty, if she was accidentally discovered by others, it was very likely that she would attract trouble again. That would not be fun. It was more reliable to risk his life in Lufeng Forest. At the thought of a treasure like the universal golden dan fruit, even Lin Yi's heart was a little itchy. Although he was a master of the gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough in theory, it would be much easier to break through in the future than ordinary masters of the gold core stage. However, it would take a few decades for a perfect master of the gold core stage to achieve what others needed hundreds of years to do. However, if he could get the universal golden dan fruit and refine the best gold core, this time could be greatly shortened. Great! The man in cyan was overjoyed. The miasma in Lufeng Forest dissipated for a limited time. The four of them had waited for a few days. They really could not wait any longer. Today they finally had enough people. He immediately introduced himself and said, "My name is Guodeng Tao. The other three are now waiting in the inn. I will take you there and you can leave immediately." "All right, I'll be troubling you then, Brother Gua." Linny nodded and immediately followed the others' footsteps with Huang Xiaotao. Squeezing through the crowd, the three of them passed through 2 streets and came to a superior room in an inn. At this moment, the 3 people in the room had been waiting here for a long time. Linny glanced at the 3 people in the room. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Of the 2 male cultivators, one was at the late stage of gold core and the other was at the middle stage of gold core. The remaining female cultivator was at the peak of the early stage of gold core. "The 3 of you, I just found these masters from the North Island. They are willing to go to Lufeng Forest with us." Guodeng Tao took the initiative to introduce them to Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao enthusiastically. "This is Brother Chu Bubi, a great master at the late stage of gold core. This is Brother Wang Feng, a middle stage of gold core. And this is Miss Feng Hongyu, a peak early stage of gold core. She is senior Brother Chu Bubi's Dao companion." Lin Yi carefully looked at the 3 people again. Chu Bubi looked to be in his 30s. He had delicate features and was dressed in a long white robe, holding a paper fan in his hand. At first glance, he gave off a scholarly air, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was a hint of ruthlessness between his brows. Clearly, he wasn't as cultured and refined as he appeared to be. Wang Feng, who was sitting on the other side, also looked to be in his early 30s. He had a head of neat short hair and wore a loose gray robe. But even so, it couldn't hide his bulging muscles, which gave people a sense of competence. As for the female cultivator named Feng Hongyu, she was covered with a layer of makeup and looked quite beautiful at first glance. However, her beauty could only be considered second-rate at best, belonging to the level of being forgotten after a single glance. Lin Yi had always been used to seeing stunning beauties like Huang Xiaotao. He didn't feel anything about this at all. He only felt that this woman was a little exaggerated and had a high opinion of herself. Except for Chu Bubi, she didn't need to look at the others at all. "I am Beidao Ling Yi, and next to me is junior sister Huang. Greetings, Brother Chu, Brother Wang, Miss Feng." Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao immediately cupped their hands and greeted. The eyes of the 3 people in the room fell on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao at the same time. They frowned slightly and showed a bit of disdain on their faces. They looked down on Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. After all, in terms of strength alone, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, who were at the early stage of the gold core realm, were the weakest among them, so it was not surprising that they showed such expressions. "Taozi, although you are the one who organized the recruitment, aren't you too anxious and irresponsible? You are simply desperate. You found such 2 weak guys. When the time comes, not only will they not be able to help, but we also have to look after them. Aren't you dragging us down?" Feng Hongyu glanced at Lin Yi and ridiculed them mercilessly in a condescending tone. Huang Xiaotao heard this and looked at Lin Yi, but Lin Yi frowned slightly. He remained calm and turned to look at Guodeng Tao. "Miss Feng, you are too serious." Guodeng Tao couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. He explained with a wry smile, It's not like you don't know the situation outside now. There are people recruiting everywhere. In this case, it's already good that we can have people to form a team. We really can't ask for too much. As far as he was concerned, being able to get both Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao was already a blessing from the heavens. If there were any more rules and regulations, they wouldn't be able to find them in a short amount of time, and they wouldn't even need to go to Lufeng's forest. After all, compared to other strong teams, they could only be considered average. Only Chu Bubi, a master at the late stage of the Gold Core realm, was not as attractive as those who were led by masters at the great perfection of the Gold Core realm. Wang Feng didn't say anything, but Chu Bubi, who was sitting in the middle, nodded and made the final decision. Since you've brought them here, let's go together. However, the two of you are weak, so you should take the initiative and do more chores. I'll leave the luggage to you. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and did not refuse. It could be seen that although Guodangtao was in charge of forming the team, the real decision-maker was Chu Bubi, a master at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Since they had decided to go to Lufeng Forest, it was okay to keep a low profile for the time being. Since Brother Chu has said so, then I won't say anything else. But you two better have some self-awareness. Don't think about being lazy. Also, if we find some treasures, it would be good if you can follow us and drink some soup. Don't think too much. Feng Hongyu chattered arrogantly on the side. Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to her. It was too degrading to argue with such an ignorant and arrogant woman. Anyway, after teleporting to Lufeng Forest, he and Huang Xiaotao could come back by themselves. At that time, he didn't need to pay attention to her anymore. Well, since the number of people is enough, let's have a good rest at night and set off tomorrow. Chu Bubi finally decided. Everyone immediately responded and went back to their rooms, but Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao didn't have a room. They didn't know where to go to spend the night. Fortunately, Guodangtao was a good person. Seeing this, he took the initiative to give his room to the two of them, and he went to share a room with Wang Feng. Chapter 42-41. The next day, the group gathered early and set off for the Lufeng Road teleportation formation. According to what they had agreed, Lin Yi was responsible for carrying everyone's bags. However, Guodangtao and Wang Feng each carried a huge bag that was filled to the brim. They didn't let Lin Yi carry it for them, so no one knew what they were carrying. After squeezing through the crowd, they walked through the streets and alleys of Zhanduan City. After an hour, the six of them finally arrived at their destination, the Lufeng Road teleportation formation. Looking from afar, there was a long queue in front of them. They were all in groups of 6. Obviously, like Lin Yi's group, they were all going to Lufeng Forest for an adventure. Lin Yi raised his head and looked up. There was a round platform 100 meters in front of him, looking like it was a giant circular formation or something. There were 6 spirit jade pillars around it, 10 meters tall. It was the Lufeng's path formation. Every once in a while, a white light would flash on the teleportation array, followed by a sharp whistling sound that cut through space. After the silence returned, the next group of people quickly ascended the stage, and their speed could not be considered too slow. They waited patiently. Seeing that the people in front of them were getting fewer and fewer, Lin Yi suddenly noticed something. Before every group went up the teleportation formation, they would take out a big bag of spiritual jade. There were about 5,000 spiritual jade, and they would give it to the person in charge of the teleportation formation. 5,000 spirit jades. That was a huge bag. Turning around, it was about the same size as the bags that Guodangtao and Wang Feng were carrying. However, other than the spirit jades that some people gave out, there were also some people who swiped their spirit jade cards directly. Brother Gua, this is... Lin Yi was stunned. He pointed at the teleportation formation and then at the bag that Guodangtao was carrying. If he wasn't wrong, it should be filled with spiritual jade. No wonder Guodangtao didn't let him take it. What? Guodangtao was stunned and only reacted after a while. He slapped his head and said, "Don't you know? You need to pay a fee to use the Lufeng Road teleportation formation. Every teleportation formation costs a lot of spiritual jade. There is no teleportation formation that people use for free, right? Use fees?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. It was just that he hadn't thought of this before. He couldn't help but ask, "You didn't tell us yesterday. How much does it cost per person?" That's my oversight, but these are all common sense. Thought you would know. Guoding Tao was speechless. Only then did he remember that Linny and Linny didn't know anything. They were practically illiterate. Guoding Tao said with a headache, 5,000 spirit jades per person is not a small amount. Don't tell me you didn't make any preparations? Why didn't you say so earlier? Linny looked at him helplessly. Beside him, Huang Xiaotao, who was wearing a veil, revealed a look of worry. After all, even if he was an expert in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, he would not be able to defeat him. 10,000 spirit jades was not a sum that could be casually taken out. At the very least, one had to make preparations in advance. TSK, from the looks of it, I can tell that they didn't prepare anything. I've already said that Taozi is hungry and can't be choosy. You brought back 2 idiots. They don't have the strength, and now they don't even have spiritual jades. Isn't this a waste of our time? Feng Hongyu took the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. Seeing this, Chu Bubi couldn't help but frown. If Linny and Huang Xiaotao didn't have the spiritual jades prepared, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to leave. Then this trip would be in vain. You really don't have spiritual jades? The 2 of you add up to 10,000 spirit jades. I can pay for you, but don't think about taking too much of the profits from this team. Chu Bubi said in a deep voice. Moreover, after you go, you have to listen to my instructions. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small amount. Moreover, Linny and Huang Xiaotao were the weakest. What he said was pertinent. No need. We can take out 10,000 spirit jades ourselves. Linny shook his head decisively. He had noticed that after everyone had paid the spiritual jades, they would receive something that looked like a token. The person in charge of the teleportation formation would also remind them that when leaving Lufeng Forest, they would have to follow the map to the teleportation formation inside Lufeng Forest, and then use the token to activate the teleportation formation in order to teleport back. If Chu Bubi was asked to pay the spiritual jades, the token would definitely be controlled by him. After that, whether he and Huang Xiaotao could come back, and when they would come back would depend on Chu Bubi's mood. Linny didn't want such an important weakness to fall into the hands of an outsider. 10,000 spirit jades sounded like a lot. Ordinary people really couldn't take it out in a short time, but Linny was definitely an exception. He owned the Tiandan Pavilion. Just a casual day's income was at least 50,000 spirit jades. This was only the most conservative estimate. In his eyes, 10,000 spirit jades was nothing at all. On the other side of Middle Island, Tian Chan would send spiritual jades to Linny through the special channel of the Merchant Union every month. The number in his spiritual jades card had already reached a jaw-dropping astronomical figure. 10,000 spirit jades was not even a fraction. In that case, it couldn't be better. Chu Bubi was stunned and immediately said nothing. Feng Hongyu, who was next to him, still had a look of disbelief. At first glance, she was sure that Linny and Huang Xiaotao did not have a strong background. If they didn't follow Chu Bubi, even she, an expert at the peak of the early Gold Core realm, might not be able to take out 10,000 spirit jades in a short time, let alone these 2 guys who had not seen much of the world at all. They definitely didn't dare to admit it in public. Feng Hongyu curled her lips disdainfully. Wait until you make a fool of yourself. Let's see how you 2 will get off the stage. Brother Lingyi, you can't joke about this. If you don't have it now, you might as well let senior brother Chu Bubi pay for it first. It's just a little profit. You really don't need to be embarrassed. Guoding Tao could not help but persuade him in a low voice. As for Wang Feng, who was next to him, there was no expression. Haha, brother Gua, you worry too much. I do have enough spiritual jades. I just didn't know about this before. Linny smiled faintly. Guoding Tao wanted to say something but stopped. However, seeing that Lin Yi's expression did not seem to be fake, he did not say anything more. Anyway, he had already done his best to remind Lin Yi. If Lin Yi made a fool of himself, he could not blame him. Soon it was the turn of Lin Yi and the others. Chu Bubi took the lead and swiped his spiritual jades card, including Feng Hongyu's share. Guoding Tao and Wang Feng also handed a big sack of spiritual jades to the person in charge of the teleportation formation. Then everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi. Chapter 42-42. With a faint smile, Lin Yi immediately took out the spiritual jade card and handed it to the supervisor of the teleportation formation. Including Chu Bubi, Guoding Tao and the others were all stunned, especially Feng Hongyu, who could not close her mouth for a long time. Her dumbfounded expression was really wonderful. Not everyone could have a spiritual jade card. Not only did it require great strength, but it also required a strong background. After all, it was not easy to obtain the recognition of the merchant union. Even if it was a gold core expert, if he had not met Hongzhong, Linyi might not have a spiritual jade card. Among the few people present, only Chu Bubi had a spiritual jade card. Feng Hongyu and the others did not have one at all. Otherwise, Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng would not have to spend so much effort to carry a bag of spiritual jade cards from so far away. At this time, everyone looked at Linyi and Huang Xiaotao differently. Although Chu Bubi did not say anything, he looked at the two of them with a deep meaning. As for Feng Hongyu, even though she was still grumbling, she did not dare to look down on them as openly as before. After all, being able to take out a spiritual jade card meant that even if Linyi and Huang Xiaotao were weak, they at least had a good background. Maybe they were the core disciples of some big sect or family. If they were angered, it would be a big problem if they called for a backer or something. Guodeng Tao's expression was a little surprised, but it was clear that he was a little happy. This meant that the two he found weren't completely useless, it meant that he had a good eye for things. As for Wang Feng, other than a look of surprise, he didn't have any other special expression on his face. His attitude towards the two had been the same since the beginning. He wasn't as friendly as Guodeng Tao, nor was he as disdainful as Feng Hongyu. He was impartial, neither close nor far. In fact, among the crowd, although Huang Xiaotao had followed Linyi all the way, she was no less surprised than the others. She had been following Linyi for quite some time, but she had never seen Linyi go out of his way to earn a lot of spiritual jades. The things he did every day had nothing to do with this, but she did not expect that he could casually swipe his card. She was really on tenterhooks for a while. However, even if she had doubts about this matter, it was impossible for her to directly ask Linyi about it in front of an outsider. In any case, Linyi was already the man she had set her sights on. She had seen all kinds of miraculous methods. In comparison, this amount of spiritual jades was nothing. No matter what, this matter had once again verified Huang Xiaotao's original understanding that so long as she followed Lin Yi, no matter what happened, she would feel at ease and steady. Guodeng Tao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Lingyi, I didn't expect that you're not poor at all even though you're from the North Island. You can take out 10,000 spiritual jades without any preparation, and you even have a spiritual jade card. You're really something." Guodeng Tao said with a faint smile. Haha, spiritual jades are accumulated bit by bit over many years of tasks. As for this spiritual jade card, I just happened to meet a friend, so I was lucky. Luck is also a part of strength, Guodeng Tao said with some envy. Chu Bubi and the others looked at Linyi and Huang Xiaotao with even more strange expressions. They secretly felt that this person might not be as simple as he looked, but they did not say anything because they were about to set off. "Okay, you can go up now." After the supervisor of the teleportation formation paid 10,000 spiritual jades, he immediately handed 2 tokens to Linyi and Huang Xiaotao, and correspondingly 2 special maps of Lufeng Forest. At the same time, he signaled everyone to go up to the teleportation formation. According to the instructions of the supervisor of the teleportation formation, Linyi and the others immediately walked up to the high platform disc. They couldn't see it from below before, but now that they walked up, they found that there were various lines engraved under their feet, and all the lines combined to form a complex and mysterious formation. Linyi couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't feel anything when he was standing below, but now that he was walking on the formation, he suddenly felt a strange and mysterious aura. He didn't know exactly what this feeling was, but vaguely Linyi could feel that it contained an extremely brilliant magical power. Maybe in the future, when his strength increased to a certain level, he would be able to see through the various mysteries contained in this formation. However, with Linyi's current eyesight, he was still at the stage of not understanding it, but he could only say that there was still a long way to go. Huang Xiaotao was also secretly surprised. Although her comprehension was not as good as Lin Yi's, she could still feel this mysterious feeling. As for the others, perhaps they had seen this teleportation formation before, or even more than once or twice, and were already used to it. At this moment, there was no strange expression on their faces. In addition to the mysterious formation engraved on the main body of the teleportation formation, there were 6 small formations around it, facing the 6 huge dragon pillars. Lin Yi and the others followed the instructions of the supervisor of the teleportation formation and stood in the 6 small formations one by one. Hold your breath and don't move around. Otherwise, if there is any problem during the teleportation, we will not be responsible. The supervisor of the teleportation formation warned them and immediately opened the teleportation formation. A white light that was visible to the naked eye emerged from the center of the circular formation, and then it quickly spread, covering the entire range of the teleportation formation. Lin Yi and the others were also shrouded in the white light, and then they felt a huge suction force on their bodies, as if it was going to tear them apart. Even with the strength of an expert in the early stage of the gold core realm, Lin Yi still could not bear it. Fortunately, the process was not long. With a sharp whistle, the corresponding white light of the 6 dragon pillars instantly shot up to the sky, and the teleportation formation immediately returned to normal. The round platform was empty, and Lin Yi and the others had already been teleported away. Although Lufeng Forest was only at the edge of the South Island, its area was not small at all, and it had a circumference of 1,000 miles. Moreover, in the whole year, except for special times like this, almost no human cultivators would set foot on this place. Even those powerful spirit beasts, because this place was too remote, there were only a few of them. Therefore, all the natural treasures that grew here were preserved to the greatest extent, and it even became a natural treasure that everyone knew. A white light flashed in front of them, and the moment before, they were still in the teleportation formation of Zhanduan City, and the next moment, Lin Yi and the others had already appeared in Lufeng Forest. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a completely new and strange place. Although Lin Yi had experienced this kind of feeling once before, when he came from the secular world to the Heaven Stage Island, he also used the teleportation formation. However, perhaps because of the change in his strength, Lin Yi now felt much stronger. R1152. Chapter 42-43. Previously, Lin Yi was just an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment. When he was teleporting, he was just watching for fun. However, he was now an expert in the early stage of gold core. During the teleportation process, he had already begun to consciously explore the mysteries contained in it. However, due to the limitation of his strength, what he could feel was still very limited. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Huang Xiaotao. Seeing that there was nothing strange about her, he then felt relieved and looked around at the current environment. At this moment, the 6 of them were in an extremely dense forest. Whether it was under their feet, around them, or above their heads, there were all kinds of plants with extremely strong vitality. Some of them had been seen elsewhere, but some of them had never been seen or heard of before. Sure enough, there was no miasma. This was the first thing that Lin Yi confirmed. Being in a dense forest, although the light was weak, at least he could see the surroundings clearly. Even if there was a distance of tens of meters, as long as there were no plants in the way, he could still see clearly. If there was a miasma, this would not be the case. At this moment, Huang Xiaotao gently pulled Lin Yi and pointed to the sky. Looking up, Lin Yi could not help but feel a chill in his heart. About less than 30 meters above, there was an extremely thick fog that covered the sky and the sun. However, it was still noon, and there were still a few weak rays of sunlight that could pass through the fog. Otherwise, it would probably be dark. Brother Gua, is the layer above the fog miasma? Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. It seemed to be not much different from the sea fog that he was used to, but the color was a little darker. Not bad. Gua Dengtao nodded. It was the 3rd year in a row that he had come to Lufeng Forest, and he could be considered to have a better understanding of the environment here. It's noon now. Theoretically, it should be the time when the light is the most abundant, but there is only such a weak light. If it is a normal time for the miasma, there will not even be such a little light. How can there be such dense plants under the ground? Lin Yi could not help but feel even more puzzled. I have not thought about this. Gua Dengtao was suddenly stumped and scratched his head a little awkwardly. He was not the kind of person who would think carefully on his own. He had not heard this kind of thing from others, so of course he did not know. Lufeng Forest isn't like this normally. At this time, Chu Bubi, who was at the front, suddenly said, "The so-called disappearance of the miasma is just a misleading rumor. During this period of time, the miasma has only risen to mid-air due to the influence of the local special airflow. Normally, the miasma would not be so high, and might even be thinner. It's just that it's close to the ground, so the light wouldn't be as bad as it is now. So that's how it is. I've learned a lot. Hearing this, Linny couldn't help but look at Chu Bubi in a higher light. Although this person's elegance and gentleness hid a hint of ruthlessness, which made Linny very wary, but putting this aside, the feeling that Chu Bubi gave off was indeed not simple. Brother Chu is really knowledgeable, unlike some people who are not only weak, but also ignorant. Feng Hongyu hugged Chu Bubi's arm and raised her head to look at Linny proudly. Previously, when Linny pretended to be calm and suddenly took out the Spirit Jade card, she was very displeased. Linny did not pay attention to this woman. After looking at Chu Bubi, he suddenly asked, "Brother Chu, forgive me for asking, but do you usually come to Lufeng Forest?" Even Guodeng Tao and the others were stunned by his words. They could not help but look at Chu Bubi in surprise. It was normal for him to come to Lufeng Forest at a time like this, but if he dared to come at any other time, then he would truly be a daring person with great skill. The current Lufeng Forest was like a completely different world compared to the Lufeng Forest before. Even though it was still filled with danger, as long as one was careful and their luck wasn't too bad, even if they were unable to obtain any treasures, they would still be able to escape unscathed. However, if it was normal, the miasma of Lufeng Forest was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for human cultivators. Out of 10 people who came here, 9.5 would die here. If Chu Bubi had really been here at some other time and was still safe and sound until now, then this person could really be regarded as a big fat thigh. Yes, I was trapped here once and accidentally stayed here for a while. Fortunately, I managed to survive in the end. Chu Bubi looked at Linny, waved the white paper fan in his hand, and replied lightly. Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes toward Chu Bubi suddenly became a bit more respectful. His words were neither salty nor light, but the danger involved could be guessed without the details. This person was really not simple. Linny was even more certain of his judgment. He gave Huang Xiaotao a look, indicating for her to carefully follow him to avoid any accidents. At this moment, everyone's expression suddenly changed. In the distant forest, there was a roar accompanied by the rustling of the grass. It was obvious that a spirit beast was quickly approaching. Before anyone could react, the owner of the voice had appeared behind them from 1,000 feet away a moment ago. An incomparably swift and huge black shadow suddenly rushed out. Linny didn't have time to look carefully. He quickly grabbed Huang Xiaotao and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Chu Bubi reacted the same way and dodged to the side with Feng Hongyu. However, Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng were in a rather sorry state. Guodeng Tao was slightly better off and managed to escape by rolling and crawling. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly knocked to the side by the huge black shadow. Fortunately, it only brushed against him and didn't hit him directly. Otherwise, even if Wang Feng didn't die, he would be half-crippled. In a place like this, being heavily injured and half-crippled was no different from being dead. Unless it was a true friendship, no one would be willing to take a risk with a burden. At the very least, among everyone present, Linny couldn't see anyone who had a particularly close relationship with Wang Feng. The huge black shadow passed through everyone and didn't stop after injuring Wang Feng. It left behind a series of afterimages and instantly disappeared into the forest. Purple lightning wind beast. Linny was startled. Although the black shadow was very fast, he was still able to recognize it at a glance because it was too familiar. Linny never thought that he would be able to see Little Fang's kind on Heavenly Island, especially in Lufeng's forest. Heavenly Island was basically isolated from the secular world. Linny thought that purple lightning wind beasts only existed in the secular world. He didn't expect Heavenly Island to have one as well. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the purple lightning wind beast's strength was much higher than Little Fang's. R1152. Chapter 42-44. Even though its speed was too fast to be seen clearly, judging from the fact that it could injure Wang Feng, it was at least a golden core stage spirit beast. After all, Wang Feng was an expert in the middle stage of the golden core stage. If he was only in the foundation establishment stage, he would not have been hit so easily and would not have been injured. The purple lightning beast of wind and thunder was a spirit beast that excelled in speed, and with a higher level of strength, its speed was even more frightening. Even Linny himself wouldn't be able to catch up to the beast that had just charged past him. This was an innate talent of its race, and no matter how hard humans trained, they wouldn't be able to catch up to it. We can't stay here for long. Let's find a place to talk. Chububi frowned. Without waiting for the others to respond, he took Feng Hongyu and walked forward. Guodengtao and Wang Feng did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Although Wang Feng was injured, he could still move normally and would not be left behind. Lin Yi nodded slightly to Huang Xiaotao and signaled her to follow Chububi. The reason why the purple lightning beast suddenly rushed out was most likely because of the sudden appearance of the six people's aura, which alerted the beast. However, apart from that, there was another more dangerous possibility. It was possible that the purple electric wind thunder beast was not the only one alarmed, but another more powerful spirit beast. The purple electric wind thunder beast was merely an innocent bystander. Otherwise, if it was on its own, it would have chased after the crowd instead of charging toward the crowd. The only reason it was able to run so fast earlier was because the stronger spirit beast was chasing after it. Although everyone was in the golden core stage and Chububi was in the late golden core stage, Lufeng Forest was the home ground of spirit beasts. It was just that this purple lightning beast in the golden core stage came and went without a trace. It was already enough to make them suffer. If there was another more powerful spirit beast, the six of them might die here. They had just arrived at Lufeng Forest. They hadn't even done anything yet. They hadn't even seen what the heaven and earth treasure looked like. If they were to be smacked in the head, they would really die before they could achieve anything. It would make them want to cry but have no tears. The crowd followed Chububi. After a while, finally they found a tree hole that was relatively hidden and safe. Chububi led them into the tree hole. Come, let's take a look at the map and confirm our location. Chububi signaled for everyone to sit in a circle. He took out the map of Lufeng Forest and asked everyone to identify the location together. Everyone nodded with lingering fear in their hearts. Then they looked at the map as well. After arriving at a place like Lufeng Forest, confirming one's location was the most important thing to do. Otherwise, if they didn't even know where they were, let alone searching for treasures, they wouldn't even be able to return. If he wanted to go back, he had to find a teleportation array. This was marked on the map, but if he couldn't even determine his own position, how could he find it? All of them were Golden Core experts. His perception and discernment abilities far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, he was in Lufeng Forest and he had just arrived. He hadn't even had the time to regulate his breathing, and there weren't any landmarks in the surroundings. How could it be easy for him to confirm his current location? We are now. It's here. Chububi quickly pointed out the location after identifying it for a moment. This caused Lin Yi and the others to be astonished. They looked at each other. Feng Hongyu and Chububi were on the same side. There was no strange expression on their faces, but Guodengtao, Lin Yi, and the others looked a little unsure. After all, identifying the location was not something that could be solved with strength. Even if Chububi was a Golden Core late-stage expert, he shouldn't be so sure. There's no need to doubt it. I've been here before, so I have a slight impression of it. Chububi waved his hand indifferently and dispelled everyone's doubts. He then said, I believe everyone has come to Lufeng Forest for the heavenly resources. Right? Of course. Guodengtao and Wang Feng nodded. That's right. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao also echoed. At the Golden Core stage, in order to improve their strength, in addition to relying on their own diligent cultivation, the so-called elixirs on the market, except for a few kinds that could be counted on one's fingers, had little effect on them. Even if there was, it was priceless. If there was no opportunity, they might not be able to buy it even if they had a lot of spiritual jades. In contrast, if they really wanted to improve their strength quickly, it was better to pin their hopes on various treasures. If they were lucky enough to get a myriad crossing golden dan fruit, it would be worth dozens of years of hard work. That's good. Since we're already here, I won't hide it from everyone. Chububi's eyes swept across everyone's faces, and he said slowly with a dignified expression, I don't know if you've heard of infant ginseng. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Yi's heart moved. Not only did he know about infant ginseng, but he had also used it to refine elixirs. When he was in Middle Island, the most important main material to refine the gathering nascent golden dan for the will of heaven was the infant ginseng. At that time, the infant ginseng that the will of heaven gave him was not a complete stalk, but only a small piece the size of a thumb. Even so, he successfully used it to refine the gathering nascent golden dan. According to the will of heaven, the infant ginseng was very rare. It was even rarer than the myriad crossing golden dan fruit. Even that small piece of infant ginseng was something that he had spent a lot of effort to collect when he was at his peak. As for a complete stalk of infant ginseng, not to mention the will of heaven, it had never appeared on the market before. Just a small piece was already a priceless item. If it was a whole stalk of infant ginseng that grew naturally, how much would it be worth? Thinking of this, even someone as calm as Linny couldn't help but breathe heavily. When he looked at Chu Bubi again, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that this guy actually had news about the infant ginseng? Brother Chu, did you come for the infant ginseng this time? Guodongtao's breathing also became heavy. He had seen a lot of the world, so he had heard of the infant ginseng and knew that it was much more precious than the myriad crossing golden dan fruit. Now that he suddenly heard Chu Bubi mention it, he was immediately overwhelmed with emotions. He had some friendship with Chu Bubi, but it wasn't too deep. The reason why he came forward to form a team this time was actually because Chu Bubi took the initiative to find him with Feng Hongyu, and said that they wanted to take a trip to Lufeng Forest. That was why he called Wang Feng and then called Linny and Huang Xiaotao. Chapter 42-45. However, at that time, he naturally thought that Chu Bubi's plan was similar to his, which was to come to Lufeng Forest to find some heavenly treasures, increase his strength, and then participate in the Eastern Continent's Huang Stage Academy's test. He didn't expect that Chu Bubi's appetite would be so big. He actually wanted the nascent ginseng. Wang Feng, who was standing at the side, was extremely shocked as well. He must have realized what the two words infant ginseng represented. That's right, I'm now in the late gold core stage, and I'm not far from the great perfection stage. I have to start preparing to condense my nascent soul in advance. If I want to condense my nascent soul quickly, I need to refine the nascent soul golden pill, and the nascent ginseng is the main ingredient for refining the nascent soul golden pill. Chu Bubi didn't conceal his smile as he spoke to the crowd. But, even though Guodongtao's breathing was heavy, he was still cautious by nature, and he didn't get carried away by the words nascent ginseng. He said with slight hesitation, "Let's not talk about whether a top-rate treasure of the heavens and the earth like the nascent ginseng really exists in Lufeng Forest. Even if it does exist, it would surely be in the deepest depths of the forest, and it's absolutely impossible for it to exist in the periphery of the forest." That's right. The infant ginseng naturally won't appear in the periphery of the forest. Therefore, I've already made up my mind to go to the depths of the core this time. Do you dare to come with me? Don't worry, as long as we go together, regardless of whether we can find the nascent ginseng or not, regardless of the final harvest, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be divided equally according to the number of people. Chu Bubi's face was full of sincerity as he solemnly vowed. The infant ginseng is indeed something that people yearn for even in their dreams. Guodongtao and Wang Feng looked at each other and said hesitantly, "Everyone wants the infant ginseng, but I've heard that before, even if it's a team, the infant ginseng won't be able to obtain it. Even experts at the peak of the gold core stage have never been able to come out safely. This is a place of certain death. With our meager strength, we won't be able to make it out." That's right, the infant ginseng is good, but you need to be alive to get it. Wang Feng chimed in from the side. With our meager strength, we will only die a quicker and more miserable death if we go deep into the mountains. This was not an alarmist statement. The spirit beasts in the periphery were weak, while the spirit beasts in the depths were strong. At the moment they were only in the periphery. He had already encountered a golden core stage purple electric tempest beast. If he were to go deeper, who knew what he would encounter? This was the South Island, the base camp of the spirit beasts. Even though Lufeng Forest was located at the edge, any spirit beast at the perfected gold core realm, or even at the nascent soul realm, was definitely not something that the people present could deal with. That's right. Moreover, there's another point. Even if we are lucky enough to find the nascent ginseng and escape unscathed from here, we have no way to refine it into a golden nascent pill. That would be useless. We can't just take it out and sell it, right? Guodongtao said worriedly. The condensed soul pill is a level 6 elixir, And I think only an elixir god like Zhang Liju would be able to make it. With our connections, where are we going to find such a top-notch alchemist to help us? Chu Bubi couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that with the fatal attraction of the infant ginseng, as long as he mentioned it, everyone would definitely become hot-headed. Guodengtao and Wang Feng didn't look like much, but they were able to maintain their rationality. After listing out so many reasons, it was obvious that he did not want to go. As for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, neither of them said anything and just listened on the side, watching coldly. Refining elixirs is actually easy to solve. Feng Hongyu, who was sitting beside Chu Bubi, suddenly spoke up. I heard that a Tiandan pavilion opened up in the Middle Island not long ago, specializing in making and selling all sorts of elixirs. Occasionally, they would sell level 5 and level 6 elixirs. We should be able to find them. I have a relative who lives not far from the Tiandan pavilion. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. The owner of the Tiandan pavilion is sitting right in front of you, and you've been looking down on them before, and now you're thinking of asking Tiandan pavilion to help you? However, Feng Hongyu's words made Guodengtao and Wang Feng's eyes brighten, and their hesitant expressions changed to one of excitement. In fact, even Lin Yi himself was a little moved. After all, who didn't want to advance to the nascent soul stage? On the Heavenly Island, Foundation Establishment stage experts were just the beginning, Oris Core stage experts were the masters. Only when they reached the nascent soul stage could they be considered as the number one figure. Even on the Middle Island, they would be one of the top experts. Everyone's worries are not without reason, but in my opinion, the depths of the mountains are not as terrifying as you think. It's not that you will not be able to return after entering the depths of the mountains. To tell you the truth, when I accidentally stayed in the Lufeng Forest, the place I was at was actually in the depths of the mountains. Chu Bubi struck while the iron was hot and threw out a heavy bomb. What? Brother Chu, you've been to the deep mountains? Guodengtao and the others were shocked. Previously, when Lin Yi asked, Chu Bubi only said that he accidentally stayed in Lufeng Forest for a while, but he didn't say that it was in the deep mountains. The degree of danger was not the same as before. That's right. The last time I came here with others, there was an accident. Not only did I miss the time when the fog dissipated, but I was also forced to stay in the deep mountains for a while. However, in the end I was able to escape unscathed. Although the deep mountains are dangerous, they are not as scary as outsiders say. As long as you know the route, it is actually very safe. Chu Bubi comforted everyone. Is that true? Guodengtao and Wang Feng were indeed tempted. If Chu Bubi really had a way to bring them out alive, then even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, they would still go. After all, this was a nascent ginseng that even nascent soul stage cultivators would go crazy for. Of course, I have to tell you the ugly truth first. Compared to the outer region where we are right now, the degree of danger in the deep mountains is definitely higher. After all, risk and reward are always proportional. No matter how good the route is, it is impossible to not have any danger. It is not realistic at all. Chu Bubi turned around and said, if he blindly lured everyone into the deep mountains, everyone would be suspicious. But now that he had said it, everyone felt that he was honest and reliable, so it was easier for them to listen to his commands. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Guodengtao and Wang Feng's wariness decreased a lot. They were already eager to try. If what Chu Bubi said was true, then this was a rare opportunity. If they followed Chu Bubi, they would be able to get some soup to drink. Otherwise, if they were to rely on themselves, they would never be able to see a treasure like the nascent ginseng, let alone have a share. Chapter 42-46. Lin Yi, on the other hand, remained silent and watched coldly. Although he also had thoughts about the infant ginseng, it was not to the point of being obsessed. He could faintly feel that Chu Bubi had other plans. Huang Xiaotao looked at Lin Yi. No matter how much she wanted it, she would only follow Lin Yi. Wherever Lin Yi went, she would go. If that's the case, we can go, but... Guodengtao and Wang Feng looked at each other and nodded at the same time. However, they still had a trace of vigilance. They looked at Chu Bubi and asked, since there's such a good thing, why don't you go by yourself? Guodengtao and Wang Feng could be considered as hardcore, but he did not have such a good relationship with Chu Bubi. This was related to the nascent ginseng, a top-grade treasure of heaven and earth. For cultivators who valued strength above all else, they could not even recognize their own brothers and masters, let alone a shallow relationship. Moreover, they needed to gather 6 people to come to the Lufeng forest, but there was no need for them to go back. If they were Chu Bubi, they would have definitely gone their separate ways and secretly gone there. How could they let so many people know about such an important piece of information, and even encourage them to go together? For something like the infant ginseng, if it could be monopolized, it would be monopolized. Who would complain about having more? Would Chu Bubi be so kind as to share it with everyone? Although they were tempted, Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng were masters at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. They were not fools. They would not completely trust Chu Bubi. It was dangerous to go deep into the forest, and it was related to their lives. They were still very cautious. I can tell you frankly that the infant ginseng is very difficult to find. Even if I know the approximate location, it is impossible for me to know the specific location. After all, the location is only marked on the map. I have not been there personally, so it is difficult to find it in a short time. Chu Bubi paused and looked at everyone. There are many people going, so it is naturally easier to find it. The time spent searching for it will be less. After all, it is deep in the forest, and the more time we spend, the more dangerous it is. I dare not stay for long. Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng nodded slightly. Chu Bubi's reason was correct. It was very pertinent and understandable. However, because of this, the two of them looked at Chu Bubi even more highly. If they were in Chu Bubi's position, even if they knew it was dangerous, they wouldn't be able to do it. Even so, he would never share such an important piece of information with everyone. This required a lot of courage. Everyone should know that a nascent ginseng doesn't need a complete stalk. Even a small piece of it can be used to refine a golden nascent pill. Therefore, as long as we can find a stalk of nascent ginseng and divide it among the 6 of us, each portion will be enough to refine a golden nascent pill. Do you understand what I mean now? Chu Bubi looked at everyone with a burning gaze. All right, we believe you, Brother Chu. Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng nodded their heads in unison. Very good. Chu Bubi was overjoyed, and then he looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, who were silent, and asked, "What about you two? Are you coming with us? Or are you going to part ways here?" As he spoke, the atmosphere in the tree hole instantly dropped to a freezing point. Chu Bubi's eyes flickered with killing intent. It was obvious that if Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao rejected him directly, he would definitely kill them to silence them. Things would really develop to that point. Lin Yi believed that Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng would not stop Chu Bubi, and they might even join him. Although Guodeng Tao was a person who was easy to talk to, when it came to a treasure like the nascent ginseng, even brothers could turn against each other in the face of profit. Moreover, it was only a temporary team. If Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao did not join them, they had to be prepared for the news to be leaked. Once the news was leaked, even if no one came to snatch the nascent ginseng from them in the Lufeng forest, once they got out, others would eventually know that they might have the nascent ginseng on them. An innocent man's wealth would become his own ruin, and the trouble that would follow would be obvious. As a result, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao only had 2 choices. They could either be on the same side as them, or they could share the same glory and benefit together. That was the only way they could ensure that the news wouldn't leak out. As for the other choice, it was to silence them. The Jianghu was dangerous, and no matter how much Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao swore, everyone would only believe one thing, and that was that only dead people would not leak the news. For this reason, even someone like Guodeng Tao would definitely kill them. In an instant, they became the target of public criticism, being stared at by everyone, and even Chu Bubi had deliberately blocked the only entrance. If they did not comply, they would immediately be caught. A storm was brewing, and Huang Xiaotao could not help but feel nervous. Her palms were a little sweaty, and she turned to look at Lin Yi's attitude. Lin Yi still looked indifferent. Instead, he looked at everyone calmly. Chu Bubi had roped in Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng, and at the same time there was also Feng Hongyu. It seemed that he had the absolute upper hand, but in Lin Yi's eyes they were not even a threat. If he and Huang Xiaotao joined forces, Chu Bubi, a master at the late stage of the Gold Core realm, was just an ant that could be destroyed at any time. Even if everyone besieged him, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 2 of them could directly kill 2 people, including Chu Bubi, with one move. With another move, they could kill all of them. There was no need to feign civility. Of course, we also want to join. Linny smiled slightly and nodded happily. He was really interested in this nascent ginseng. Anyway, he had come to this loofing forest, so there was no harm in following Chububi. No matter what tricks Chububi would play later anyway, the absolute strength of Huang Xiaotao and himself was there. It would not be too late to take action at that time. For now it was better to continue to pretend to be weak to eat the tiger. Good, straightforward. Chububi was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he could not help but say happily. Speaking of which, although Linny and Huang Xiaotao's strength was the lowest among everyone, but for some reason, Chububi was the most wary of Linny. Whether it was the calm temperament that Linny showed, or the unexpected scene of him taking out the spirit jade card, it made him subconsciously feel that this person was not so simple, and could not be easily fooled. Unexpectedly, Linny agreed so straightforwardly. This was really beyond Chububi's expectations, but this was also good, it saved him trouble. Unless he had no other choice, he did not want to rashly kill his teammates. After all, even if Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng did not say it, it would definitely leave a knot in their hearts. In the future, it might become an unexpected variable. Chapter 42-47. Since everyone has decided to participate, I will tell everyone about the specific route we will take to enter the depths of the mountain, as well as the things to take note of. Chububi clapped his hands excitedly, then turned to look at Linny and said, "Give me your backpack." Okay. Linny glanced at him and nodded. He turned his hand and handed the backpack over to Chububi. Chububi had personally handed it to him in the morning, but he didn't know what was inside. Chububi rummaged through the backpack for a moment, then took out 6 maps and distributed them to Linny and the others. Didn't they already have maps? Linny couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but when he took a closer look, he immediately understood that the two were different. Although they were both maps of Loofing Forest, the one given by Chububi was much larger and more detailed than the one given by the teleportation array. Although the map sent by the transmission formation also had a location marked, it was not detailed, and there were very few landmarks and reference objects marked on it. But the map given by Chububi, from the top of the mountain to the small gullies and streams, everything was clearly marked. Even if it was the first time someone came to the Loofing Forest, they would still be able to see it with a glance. Linny couldn't help but look at Chububi in surprise. Who exactly was this guy? An ordinary map was easy to find, but a detailed map like this was simply impossible for ordinary people. For cultivators who were interested in exploring Loofing Forest, this map was already an incredible treasure. If the news spread, people would probably buy it even if it cost tens of thousands of spirit jades. It should be known that in a place like Loofing Forest where danger lurked everywhere, a detailed map was a life-saving measure for cultivators. However, after comparing it with the map given by the teleportation array, Linny found that the map given by Chububi wasn't the entire Loofing Forest, but only a part of it. Speaking of which, this particularly detailed map actually revolved around a route, and the destination of this route was marked on it. It was a small circle deep in the mountains. Everyone look carefully. The small circle on the map is the possible location of the nascent ginseng, which is also the destination of our trip. As long as we follow the route marked on the map, we can safely reach there. Chububi solemnly vowed to everyone. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. All of them were so excited that they were itching to give it a try. It was as if they could already see the baby ginseng waving at them, and couldn't wait to set off immediately. "Brother Chu, forgive me for asking, but is this map reliable?" Linny suddenly asked. When Guodeng Tao and the others heard this, they couldn't help feeling startled. They all turned to look at Chububi. They had been too excited just now, and only after hearing Lin Yi's words did they remember that there was still such a hidden danger. The map was detailed. However, if it wasn't reliable, then it wouldn't be a life-saving measure. Instead, it would become a fatal trap. He led everyone to report to the King of Hell. That's a good question. I can tell you very clearly that there is no need to worry. This map is absolutely reliable. Chububi didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "To be honest, this map was passed down by my Chu family's ancestors. One of my ancestors and his friends took this route when they came to the core of Loofing Forest. That's why there is this map." Family map? Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng were stunned. They didn't know much about Chububi, so they didn't expect this map to be his family map. No wonder it had never appeared on the market. So, Brother Chu's ancestors should have found the nascent ginseng? Linny immediately asked. Since this map was passed down by his ancestors, it meant that the ancestor of the Chu family must have seen the nascent ginseng. After that, the people of the Chu family should have tried many times in this area. After all, the temptation of the nascent ginseng was so great that ordinary people couldn't resist it. You can say that, according to the ancestor of the Chu family, he and his friends accidentally found the breeding place of the nascent ginseng, so he deliberately left this family map for the descendants of the Chu family to refer to. It's a pity that after him, no one in the Chu family could reach the late stage of the gold core realm. Without this strength, this family map is useless. It wasn't until I broke through that it could be used again. Chu Bubi explained. Everyone nodded. Lufeng Forest was very dangerous. If one didn't even have the strength of the late stage of the gold core realm, they wouldn't dare to go deep into the core. Even if they were lucky enough to get the nascent ginseng, they wouldn't be able to use it for a while. After all, the gathering nascent golden elixir was a 6th grade elixir. It was only effective for those in the peak of the gold core realm, who were about to condense their nascent soul. If they directly took it without the strength, not only would they not be able to break through, but their bodies would also explode. A good elixir would become a deadly poison. However, Linny didn't completely believe Chu Bubi's words. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with the logic, but if he thought about it carefully, he could still find a lot of strange things. Did the ancestor of the Chu family get the nascent ginseng? If he got it, then it was very likely that he would become a master of the original infant realm. He would have a long life and wouldn't die so easily. Why didn't he come back himself? Also, even if the ancestor of the Chu family didn't get the nascent ginseng, or died in an accident, would the descendants of the Chu family really be so obedient? If they weren't strong enough, would they really just guard the treasure mountain and not step into Lufeng Forest? According to the thinking of a normal person, even if they weren't strong enough, they would definitely find a reliable person to help them since they were guarding such a family map. They wouldn't do nothing at all, right? Even if the martial world was dangerous and outsiders couldn't be trusted, there should be a way. They shouldn't be so helpless, right? Thinking about it carefully, these were all questions. However, Linny didn't directly question them. He didn't believe Chu Bubi's lies, but he believed that the map was most likely real. Instead of turning hostile now, it was better to see what would happen next. Brother Chu, you said that you accidentally stayed in Lufeng Forest last time, and it was deep in the core area. You must have been exploring the way, right? Linny suddenly asked. Hee, you guessed it. Chu Bubi was startled, but then he smiled and explained to everyone. I wanted to try last time, but because it was my first time, I didn't have any experience and didn't calculate the time well. So before I reached the core area, the miasma returned. I had no choice but to find a way to escape. However, it wasn't like I didn't gain anything. At least I personally verified the reliability of the map, so everyone doesn't have to worry. I see. Since Brother Chu has personally verified it, we can rest assured. Guodeng Tao and the others nodded. Chapter 42-48. Then, is there anything else you don't understand? If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Otherwise, once we get out of this tree hole, it won't be good for you to speak loudly, Chu Bubi said to everyone. Speaking loudly in the dense forest was an absolute taboo. It would be a disaster if the nearby ferocious spirit beasts were alarmed. No more. Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng looked at each other and shook their heads. The route was clearly marked on the map, and Lin Yi's questions allowed them to understand the reliability and origin of the map. There was nothing else to ask. What about you? Chu Bubi deliberately looked at Lin Yi and raised his head. I have no problem either. Brother Chu has already explained it very clearly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Of course, he wasn't like Guodeng Tao, who was completely at ease with Chu Bubi. The reason why he had asked so many questions just now, aside from testing the reliability of this so-called family map, was actually to numb Chu Bubi. After all, according to a normal person's mindset, a person like Lin Yi would not be easily fooled. If he did not ask anything, then they would have to be careful. However, since he was so cautious and asked so many questions, he must have let down his guard. Therefore, they could relax a little. If it was only a 30% guess before, then now Lin Yi was at least 50% sure that this Chu Bubi must have some tricks up his sleeves, but he couldn't tell what he was planning. Well, time is limited. Everyone, pack up and adjust yourselves. We'll set off immediately. Chu Bubi nodded and motioned for everyone to prepare a little. Then he immediately took the lead and walked out of the tree hole. Feng Hongyu, Guodeng Tao, and Wang Feng followed closely behind with faces full of excitement. Lin Yi, who was the last to leave, gave Huang Xiaotao a look to tell her to follow him closely before following them out of the tree hole. Feeling the cold air outside, the excitement aroused by the nascent ginseng dissipated a little, and their minds became much clearer. All of them raised their vigilance and guarded against everything around them. Previously, when they were in the tree hole, everyone felt somewhat safe, but now that they were exposed in the forest, even if they were all gold core experts, they couldn't help but be on tenterhooks, fearing that they would suddenly encounter some powerful and ferocious spirit beast. Chu Bubi took the lead, but he did not directly lead everyone forward. Instead, he took out a compass from Lin Yi's backpack and carefully compared it with his surroundings. Although he had already roughly confirmed the location, he was going to bring everyone deep into the mountains this time. Any mistake could cause everyone to lose their lives in vain, so it was necessary to confirm it again. In the deep mountains and dense forests, the most terrifying thing was to lose one's way, followed by spirit beasts. As Golden Core stage experts, they still had a chance of survival when facing a powerful spirit beast. However, if they lost their bearings, there would only be one outcome: complete annihilation. Lin Yi secretly paid attention to Chu Bubi's every move and discovered that this person was not simple at all. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, from the beginning until now, this person's performance in all aspects could be considered impeccable. It was simply perfect. Take the current situation as an example. Even if an ordinary person held his very detailed family map, even if he used it with a compass, under this thick miasma where it was difficult to see the sun, it was difficult to determine the location in a short time. Before Lin Yi made his debut in the secular world, he had received professional training in this area. However, even for him, it was difficult to completely correspond the real location with the map in a short time. However, Chu Bubi was very familiar with this. In addition to his familiarity with the map, there was another more important reason, and that was the identification method used by Chu Bubi, which was very novel in Lin Yi's view. Of course, it could also be said to be very professional. Not only did he need to rely on the compass, but Chu Bubi also carefully checked the species of the surrounding vegetation, and even deliberately looked for some low-level medicinal herbs. After identifying them one by one, he would match them with the family map in his hands. On this family map, there were indeed detailed notes on the species of vegetation and medicinal herbs in a certain area. This was even comparable to a professional scientific map. If Guodeng Tao and the others did not work hard in this aspect, even if they had this super detailed map, they would not be able to make much use of it. From this, it could be seen that Chu Bubi had really made careful preparations for this. While Lin Yi was secretly surprised, he also looked forward to the nascent ginseng. No matter what tricks Chu Bubi was playing, since he had made so many preparations, it was impossible that he was just fooling around. It seemed that the clue of the nascent ginseng was 80% real. Everyone be careful, be vigilant, and follow me closely. Don't fall behind. After Chu Bubi confirmed the location and direction, he lowered his voice and said to everyone, then immediately took the lead to move forward. Everyone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly followed behind. If they were to fall behind in this kind of place, they would really not be able to find a place to cry. Along the way, everyone followed the map. Every once in a while, they would stop to reconfirm their position so that they wouldn't get lost. Other than Chu Bubi leading the way, everyone else took turns to be on guard, not daring to lower their guard in the slightest. In order to prevent mental exhaustion from the continuous journey, even if everyone was a gold core stage master, they would consciously stop to meditate and rest every 3 hours. When the sky was completely dark, everyone would find a tree hole or a rock cave to rest for the night, and then set off after dawn. For a few days, apart from resting, everyone was hurrying on their journey. Although they occasionally encountered spirit beasts, because they were vigilant in time, every time it was daunting but not dangerous. Under the leadership of Chu Bubi, everyone advanced all the way to the core of Lufeng Forest. Before this, everyone still had a little doubt about Chu Bubi, but now, after a few days of personal experience, Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng were already convinced by Chu Bubi. Right now, they were already in the core of Lufeng Forest. If it was them, not to mention walking all the way here, they would not even be able to reach halfway. They would have long been lost in the vast dense forest, or simply become the rations of spirit beasts. Chapter 42-49. Even so, with the gradual changes in the surrounding environment, everyone's breathing unconsciously became much heavier. Looking closely at their surroundings, they could clearly feel that it had become much darker and gloomier than before. It could even be said that the further they went, the more silent and eerie the environment became. Along the way, they would at least occasionally encounter spirit beasts. Although this wasn't a good thing for the group who only wanted to hurry on with their journey, they at least felt a little livelier. Yet now, this ghastly feeling caused them to feel as if they'd unknowingly walked into the nine hells. And it was even to the extent that the surrounding flowers and plants weren't so verdant and luxuriant anymore. Instead, they'd become a mess, withered, yellow, and gloomy. Even if there was an occasional bit of green, it always gave others a horrifying and miserable feeling, and it caused them to unconsciously feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone's expression instantly changed. They could understand that the deeper regions were different from the outer regions, but the problem was that even the flora and fauna couldn't be so different from the outer regions, right? Although they were all powerful and dignified Golden Core experts, at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little lacking in confidence. Just like ordinary people, they were filled with fear towards the unknown. In fact, because they knew more most of the time, their courage might not even be comparable to that of ignorant and fearless ordinary people. Are we going the wrong way? This place is too eerie and scary. Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but pull Linny a little fearfully and asked softly with a nervous look on her face. Although Huang Xiaotao looked obedient and quiet, she was actually a classic example of a person who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Moreover, after so many years of going out for training missions, her courage was far greater than that of ordinary girls. Even if she was alone in the deep mountains and forests, she might not be afraid. However, the scene in front of her was too horrifying. The surroundings were so quiet that everyone could even hear each other's breathing clearly. Although Huang Xiaotao was only speaking softly to Lin Yi, everyone in front could still hear her. In reality, it wasn't just Huang Xiaotao, even pure men like Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng were a little fearful at this moment. After hearing this, they unconsciously shrunk their necks. This place was really too strange and completely different from what everyone had expected. If it was said that there were dragons and tigers crouching here and powerful spirit beasts everywhere, everyone would be able to accept it more. At least he was mentally prepared. However, the scene in front of him was lifeless. There wasn't even a single living thing to be seen. In addition, the light was so dim. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when something is abnormal. This definitely wasn't right. Lin Yi held on to Huang Xiaotao, and he was similarly surprised and bewildered in his heart. He'd noticed this abnormality a long time ago, and he'd always been on high alert. He was on guard against every blade of grass and tree in his surroundings, but surprisingly, other than the eerie and terrifying environment, there was nothing wrong with this place. Lin Yi was puzzled. However, he wasn't too worried. His jade pendant had a warning function. As long as there was danger that he didn't notice, the jade pendant would automatically warn him. Until now, the jade pendant had not shown any abnormalities, and he did not sense any danger. Therefore, there was only one explanation. The eerie and strange scene in front of him wasn't a sign of danger or abnormality. It should have been like this all along, but he couldn't figure out the reason for it at the moment. It seems that your knowledge is really limited. Chu Bubi, who was walking at the front, turned around and looked at everyone's expressions. He couldn't help but smile. Could it be that you've only heard of the infant ginseng, but you've never heard of its unique growing environment? That's right. I see. With Chu Bubi's reminder, Guodeng Tao suddenly patted his head in realization. The nervousness in his heart also disappeared. The growing environment of the infant ginseng? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He really hadn't heard of it. After all, he had just reached the core formation stage not long ago. Let alone the nascent soul stage, he didn't even see the shadow of the golden core perfection stage. If he hadn't refined the gathering nascent golden pill for the will of heaven, he probably wouldn't even know what the infant ginseng was, let alone anything else. Not only Lin Yi but Huang Xiaotao, Wang Feng, and even Chu Bubi's cultivation companion Feng Hongyu were also at a loss. Their strength was far from that level, and they hadn't done any special homework in this area. It was normal that they didn't know much about the infant ginseng. Taozi, why don't you explain it to them so that they won't be so nervous and scare themselves? Chu Bubi instructed. At the same time, he continued to walk forward, signaling everyone to hurry up and not fall behind. Okay, it seems that everyone still doesn't know that the infant ginseng is just what we usually call it. It actually has another name, and in a sense this name is more appropriate. It can also explain our current surrounding environment. Guodengtao pretended to be mysterious and kept everyone in suspense. What is its name? Hurry up and say it. Wang Feng pushed him. Perhaps it was because he was injured before, but his body was already a bit uncomfortable. In this gloomy and terrifying environment, he unconsciously felt his hands and feet turn cold, and his heart trembled. Okay, the other name of the infant ginseng is ghost ginseng. Guodengtao paused on purpose. Seeing that everyone was looking at him curiously, he continued, as for the reason, it's not because this thing looks like a ghost, but because it usually grows in places with heavy yin energy, such as mass graves. Mass graves? No wonder this place has become so gloomy. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, they were no longer nervous. No matter what, they were gold core experts, so they shouldn't be afraid of a mass grave. The reason why they were so nervous was because of the unknown. That's right, according to the markings on the map, there should be a spirit beast burial mound not far from here, so it's normal for this place to be a bit gloomy. Moreover, this also proves that my map is accurate, so everyone doesn't need to worry about anything. Chu Bubi said without turning his head. Indeed, this time following Brother Chu is really not in vain. Guodengtao and the others were suddenly happy. When they looked at the surrounding environment, not only were they no longer nervous and afraid, but they also felt more excited. After all, this meant that the infant ginseng of their dreams was getting closer and closer. Chapter 4250. Under Chu Bubi's lead, the group quickened their pace and continued to move forward. As expected, not long after, the group discovered some scattered bones on the ground. They could tell that these were the bones of spirit beasts. At first, there were only a few scattered bones, but the further they went, the denser the bones became. Towards the end there were piles and piles of bones. At this time the sun had already set in the west. Inadvertently, the group could see some faint, floating phosphorescence among the piles of bones. This was what people often referred to as will-o'-the-wisp. The originally gloomy environment became even more terrifying under the illumination of the ghost flames. Even though everyone already knew the cause and effect, they still couldn't help but look at each other in dismay at this moment. Their scalps felt slightly numb. Linny compared the map in his hand. Looking at the situation, they had indeed arrived at the spirit beast unmarked burial mounds. It was said that all living things in the world, as long as they had intelligence, could sense the time of their death in advance. The more intelligence they had, the more accurate their senses would be, and the earlier they would die. The reason why spirit beasts were spirit beasts was because they were born with spirit chi, which was much stronger than other species. There were rumors that many spirit beasts could sense the time of their death a few months in advance, so they could make preparations in advance. Although this sounded mysterious, it wasn't purely a rumor. Many people had experienced it before. After all, spirit beasts could be seen everywhere on Heavenly Rank Island. They would often run away from home before they died, and in the end, they would die in the unmarked burial mounds. This kind of thing was not uncommon. In fact, this kind of thing often happened in the secular world. Many household pets would often experience a similar situation before they died. Linny had heard from Hongzhong and the others that almost every gathering place of spirit beasts on Heavenly Rank Island, especially those deep in the mountains and forests, had a spirit beast unmarked burial mounds. Almost all the spirit beasts in that area would take the initiative to come to the unmarked burial mounds when they sensed that they were about to die of old age. Then they would quietly wait there for their death. Although the spirit beasts had a strict hierarchy, and under normal circumstances, the spirit beasts in the outer regions with insufficient strength would not be able to enter the depths of the unmarked burial mounds. However, when they were about to die, they would be able to enter without any obstruction. None of the spirit beasts would stop it. This was a common understanding between all the spirit beasts. Linny carefully looked at the map. As long as they passed through the spirit beast unmarked burial mounds, It meant that they were not far from their destination. If everything went smoothly, the nascent ginseng would be right in front of them. At this time, Lin Yi felt that Huang Xiaotao's breathing was a little rapid. She was obviously nervous and afraid. Lin Yi gently held her hand to comfort her. He gestured to her not to be afraid. The surroundings were deathly silent. The people in front could also clearly feel Huang Xiaotao's abnormality. Guodengtao even turned around and smiled, giving her a comforting expression. After all, she was a girl. Even the guys found this place creepy, so it was reasonable for her to be a little afraid. Since you're so cowardly, then don't come out and take risks. You won't be of any use at all. There are so many things to do. Feng Hongyu saw this. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a look of ridicule. She took the opportunity to taunt them. Along the way, she had mocked and ridiculed the two of them. It seemed that if she did not do this, she would not be able to display her sense of superiority. She felt uncomfortable holding it in. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao had always treated her as air, and could not be bothered to pay attention to her. However, this time, before Feng Hongyu could finish her sentence, she was suddenly interrupted by Huang Xiaotao's sharp scream. Whoosh! Not a sound could be heard. Huang Xiaotao's scream was particularly sharp, and immediately startled a black mass of flying beasts in the vicinity. There was no warning at all, and it gave everyone a great shock. Upon closer inspection, these were not powerful spirit beasts. They were just ordinary carrion-eating crows and similar birds. This place was a graveyard for spirit beasts. Unless it was a spirit beast that was about to die, no other spirit beast would come to this place. Are you crazy? Why are you panicking? You're such a coward, so why are you trying to scare us to death? Feng Hongyu's beautiful face turned pale, and she scolded Huang Xiaotao when she regained her senses. She was not the only one. Guodengtao, Wang Feng, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as well. Previously, their surroundings had been deathly silent and there had been no movement at all. They never thought that there would be so many carrion-eating crows hiding in the dense forest. Under the night sky, the pairs of glowing eyes made them feel like corpses being stared at by the crows, and they could not help but shudder. There's a ghost! Huang Xiaotao cried out in a trembling voice. She then burrowed into Lin Yi's arms and trembled with fear. No matter how strong her heart was, she was still a weak girl. Lin Yi smiled and gently stroked Huang Xiaotao's back tenderly. However, when he looked in the direction of Huang Xiaotao's finger, his expression instantly froze. Perhaps it was because the miasma above their heads had thinned at night, or perhaps it was because this place was too strange and horrifying, but at this moment everyone could clearly see a blood moon above their heads. The moon was even brighter than it was during the day. However, there was a faint bloody aura and they could even smell the stench of blood and decay. Under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, an extremely strange and evil scene not far in front of them suddenly caused Lin Yi and the others to stop in their tracks. A spirit beast that looked like a rhinoceros from the secular world had its head drooping weakly to one side. Its neck had also been twisted into a shocking and strange angle. Only a thin layer of skin was left connecting its huge body. Its huge head was dragged on the ground, leaving a long dark red trail of blood. On the side of its body there was a bloody hole the size of half a person. Its intestines and internal organs flowed all over the ground, and even now, it was still dripping blood. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but even though they were separated by more than 100 feet, Lin Yi and the others could clearly smell the pungent stench coming from its body. If it was just that, then it would be fine. They could pinch their noses and bear with it for a while. However, the problem was that this thing was already in this state, but it was still not dead. The head that was dragged on the ground was eating something with a ferocious expression. Upon closer inspection, the thing it was chewing on was the intestines and internal organs that had flowed out of its stomach. As it ate, blood bubbled up from the corner of its mouth. Chapter 42:51. Seeing this horrifying scene, not only was Huang Xiaotao frightened, but even Lin Yi felt his scalp go numb. His hair stood on end and his hair stood on end. 3W. What the hell is this place? How could it be so creepy? Not only Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, but Guodengtao and Wang Feng also saw this scene. In an instant, they felt as if their scalps were about to explode and their temples were throbbing. The two Golden Elixir Realm cultivators almost fainted from fear. What the hell? Even if they met an original infant-stage super-spiritual beast, it would not be as horrifying as this. Is this thing dead or alive? Where did it come from? Coming to a place like this to act like a spoiled child and show off your love. I say, is there something wrong with you? Trash will always be trash. Not only do you have no abilities, you don't even have the guts. Taozi, look at what kind of trash you found. Even now, Feng Hongyu hadn't noticed the rhinoceros monster's presence. She continued to taunt Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao without even looking at them. Seeing the direction she was walking in, Guodeng Tao and the others' expressions became even more strange. They looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and catch up with Brother Chu. Do you want to fall behind and die here? Feng Hongyu saw that everyone's expressions were strange and did not react. She continued to taunt them as she walked forward. Caw. Suddenly a crow cawed, startling a carrion crow that was fighting over the intestines at her feet. Feng Hongyu was immediately startled, vaguely feeling that she had stepped on a string of sticky things. Caught off guard, she suddenly slipped and lost control of her body, stumbling forward. With a thud, the world became silent. Guodeng Tao and the others were dumbfounded. Even Lin Yi had a strange expression on his face when he saw this scene. He could not speak for a long time. Due to the accidental fall, Feng Hongyu actually plunged into the bloody hole on the side of the rhinoceros spirit beast's body. What is this? Ah! With a piercing scream, Feng Hongyu hurriedly struggled to get out. Her entire body was covered in dark red blood and bodily fluids, and there was even half an intestine hanging from her shoulder. Coincidentally, her face was right in front of the head that was chewing on the intestines on the ground. No matter who it was, such an encounter would surely cause them to go mad from fright. Feng Hongyu had been acting all high and mighty just a moment ago, but now she was so scared that she peed her pants. Feng Hongyu didn't even bother to crawl. She just sat on the ground and screamed as she desperately retreated. She left a string of wet marks on the ground. She didn't know if it was blood or urine, or if it was a mixture of the two. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This was really retribution. It was too fast. Chu Bubi, who was leading the way, quickly turned back when he heard the noise. He hurriedly ran over and helped Feng Hongyu up from the ground. In a panic, Feng Hongyu finally grabbed a life-saving straw. Without saying anything, she screamed and hid in Chu Bubi's arms. Smelling the pungent smell of blood, he helplessly watched Feng Hongyu rubbing the sticky and disgusting things on his body. Chu Bubi's face instantly turned green. The corner of his mouth twitched for a long time, but he was stunned and couldn't say a word. It's okay. It's okay, don't be afraid. A look of disgust flashed across Chu Bubi's face. Then he resisted the nauseating disgust and hugged Feng Hongyu with his arms as he comforted her. Lin Yi looked at him, then at Huang Xiaotao in his arms. He was instantly amused. The other party had such a cultivation companion. Comparisons were odious, and goods were thrown away. Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw this scene. They tried hard to hold back their laughter for a long time. A woman like Feng Hongyu was simply a rare weirdo. After comforting her for a while, Feng Hongyu's emotions finally stabilized. However, when she looked at the disgusting things on her body, she turned her head and vomited. Chu Bubi waited on the side with his arms crossed. He looked at the mucus on his clothes. If it wasn't for the important plan, he would have kicked her. Everyone, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. They aren't aggressive. Chu Bubi saw everyone looking at him with a strange expression, so he could only force a smile and explain to everyone. Everyone nodded. There was no doubt about this. After all, Feng Hongyu had plunged into the other party's stomach, but the other party didn't react at all. Otherwise, if it was aggressive, Feng Hongyu would have been eaten clean. Brother Chu, what the hell is that thing? It looks so creepy. Guodeng Tao couldn't help but ask. Even if they knew that it wasn't aggressive, just looking at it still made people tremble. It's just some spirit beasts that have formed their primordial spirits. After their physical bodies die, their primordial spirits naturally can't be kept, so they gradually disappear. They don't have any sanity to speak of, but they still have the instinct to survive, so they stay on their decaying bodies like vengeful spirits. That's why they're such a strange scene. In fact, they aren't aggressive. Chu Bubi explained to everyone. I see. Everyone nodded. Everyone was a cultivator at the gold core stage, so they naturally knew about the primordial spirit. Chu Bubi's explanation was reasonable. Vengeful spirits were not rare for cultivators. Since there was a primordial spirit, it was not surprising that there were vengeful spirits that ordinary people talked about, because the two were actually the same existence. The ghost thing on Lin Yi's body was such a clear evidence. After listening to Chu Bubi's explanation, Feng Hongyu, who was almost scared out of her wits, finally recovered, but she didn't dare to taunt others as arrogantly as before. She lowered her head and cleaned the dirty things on her body with a red face. Huang Xiaotao, who was hiding in Lin Yi's arms, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. People were most afraid of the unknown. Since this phenomenon could be explained, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Yi lowered his head and pondered, thinking about whether Chu Bubi's explanation was reliable or not. At this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. He's lying, don't be fooled. And he hadn't heard this voice for a long time. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted with surprise and joy. Senior Ghost. Chapter 4252. Oh, Ghost Cultivator? This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of this word. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Ghost, what exactly is a ghost cultivator? It's a type of evil cultivator among you human cultivators. Didn't you come here to kill Wu Baoliang? This guy should be an evil cultivator, but he used the blood of a virgin to cultivate, while the one in front of us used the primordial spirit of a spirit beast to cultivate. The ghostly thing's tone carried a bit of cold-killing intent. No matter what, it was still an elder of the spirit beast clan, and the existence of any ghost cultivator meant that a large number of spirit beasts would inevitably be killed. Not to mention that even the primordial spirit was not spared, so they wouldn't be able to die peacefully. The ghostly thing didn't have a character that abhorred evil. If it was just an ordinary fight, whether it was between humans and spirit beasts, or between spirit beasts, it would be too lazy to care. This was because the weak were prey to the strong. Survival of the fittest was the law of nature that had existed since ancient times. Even if they died, it could only be said that their skills were inferior to others, and there was nothing to blame. However, ghost cultivators were different. The existence of this kind of person was already against the natural order. Not to mention the heavens, even if the heavens could tolerate them, the ghostly thing would be the first to not spare them. I understand, but why did Chu Bubi make up such a reason? Is he a ghost cultivator? Lin Yi communicated with the ghostly thing, while looking at Chu Bubi in front of him. I don't know about that. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. Maybe he's pretending to know, or maybe he knows but he's deliberately hiding it for some reason. Anyway, you should be careful. The ghostly thing cackled. And I know. Lin Yi nodded secretly. He originally felt that Chu Bubi had hidden evil intentions. Now that the ghostly thing reminded him, this feeling became even stronger. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. In fact, putting aside this kind of strangeness, Chu Bubi had suddenly shared the news of the infant ginseng with outsiders who were completely unrelated to him. The matter itself was already very problematic. Even if it was as Chu Bubi had said, that he needed more people to help him find the infant ginseng, but after all, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. Why would he give such a great opportunity to outsiders, who he had no friendship with, and not look for his own friends and relatives? His social relations should not be so miserable that he could not even gather a few people, right? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Guodeng Tao and Wang Feng had taken the bait because Chu Bubi was good at fooling people. They themselves were also blinded by the super temptation of the infant ginseng. But Lin Yi had always been able to control his state of mind very well. He was able to look on coldly from the sidelines. That was how he was able to see all the strange things happening to Chu Bubi. Senior Ghost, were you in seclusion during this period of time? Lin Yi asked. Now strictly speaking, they were standing on the edge of the South Island. Lin Yi couldn't help but be curious. The ghostly thing suddenly woke up. Did it want to go back to the Spirit Beast clan to have a look? Seclusion? You can say that. The ghostly thing smiled indifferently. It should not be a traditional seclusion. But with Lin Yi's current realm, he might not be able to explain it clearly in a few words. He couldn't explain it clearly in one or two sentences, so he was too lazy to go into detail. This is the South Island, then you. Linny couldn't help but ask. What? Are you so anxious to drive me away? The ghostly thing asked back with a playful tone. No, how could it be? Linny couldn't help sweating. As the saying goes, having an old person at home is like having a treasure. Not to mention that the ghostly thing was a great god. He was more than happy that it was willing to stay in his jade pendant. How could it drive him away? That's it. The ghostly thing was just a primordial spirit, but it curled its lips. I just want to ask, Senior Ghost, do you want to take this opportunity to go home and have a look? Linny said helplessly. According to the ghostly thing itself, it had been many years since it went down to the secular world. Now that it was rare to come to the South Island, it couldn't just pass by without going home. What's the point of going back to see me in this ghostly appearance? Boy, remember that none of the Spirit Beast clan is kind. If those old guys really know that I look like this, I won't even be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. The ghostly thing said with a half-mocking and half-sighing tone. Linny couldn't help being speechless. Then he remembered that compared with human cultivators, the Spirit Beast clan followed the principle of the law of the jungle more. If it were a human being, even if he had this idea, he would at least pretend on the surface. But if it were a spirit beast, as soon as it saw that the ghost was so weak, it would directly attack it, no matter whether it was an elder or not. For the ghost now, the South Island was not a warm home, but a real dragon's pool and tiger's den. The example of Zhang Liju was still vivid in his mind. It didn't matter if you were a giant before or not, once you lost your strength it meant that you lost your status. Kid, don't think too much. I will definitely go back to the Spirit Beast clan, but not now. As for how long I have to wait, that depends on when you can help me. You should improve your strength first. If you can really get the baby ginseng, it will be a good opportunity. The ghostly thing smiled. Okay, I understand. Linny nodded secretly. When he first came to Sky Class Island, this ghostly thing asked him to help, but now that he was already a Golden Core early stage master, he still wasn't strong enough. It seemed that this wasn't an easy task. He had to work hard. After communicating with the ghostly thing for so long, only a short moment had passed in the outside world. Everyone was still thinking about Chu Bubi's explanation, so naturally, they didn't notice Lin Yi's expression. Only Huang Xiaotao, who was in his arms, felt a little strange. What's wrong? Huang Xiaotao blinked and looked up at him. Chu Bubi and the others heard the sound and thought that Lin Yi had discovered something unusual. They couldn't help but turn around and look at him in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that after listening to Brother Chu's explanation, I thought about the ghostly thing in the eyes of ordinary people, and I felt a little emotional. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Haha. People are so stupid. A lot of people who think they are smart think that the ghostly thing is just a rumor. They don't know that there's no smoke without a hole. The reason why these legends exist is because they are real. Chu Bubi smiled faintly. Chapter 4253. Thinking back on this journey, Chu Bubi's image in everyone's eyes could be said to be perfect. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel honored to be able to become teammates with such a person. Seeing that the infant ginseng was so close at hand, this was a blessing that couldn't be cultivated for several lifetimes. Linny couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this scene. Chu Bubi was really good at acting. Linny had been on the Heaven Stage Island for more than a year and had seen many people, but he had never seen anyone as bewitching as Chu Bubi. The best way to gain other people's trust was to make them worship you. Chu Bubi had done this to perfection. Linny became even more vigilant towards Chu Bubi, but he did not tell Huang Xiaotao about it. After all, the environment was too quiet. If there was even the slightest movement, no matter how soft the voice was, the people in front would be able to hear it. What's more, even if he could hide from these people's eyes and ears, Linny could not guarantee that Huang Xiaotao would be able to remain as calm and collected as him after knowing this. In front of a shrewd person like Chu Bubi, any unnaturalness would become a flaw. Linny didn't want to take this risk. He didn't make a sound along the way because he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. If he revealed a flaw at this time, then he would have to give up halfway. Under Chu Bubi's lead, everyone continued to follow the route on the map. More and more strange creatures similar to the rhinoceros spirit beast appeared in front of them. Some had no head, some had no limbs, some only had half a body, and some were just a pile of bones. All kinds of strange and evil existences challenged everyone's visual nerves. Although everyone had already heard Chu Bubi's explanation and knew that these things were not aggressive, knowing it was one thing, and seeing it with their own eyes was another matter. Even if they knew that these things would not eat people, they still could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw this creepy scene. Lin Yi. I'm a little scared. It's like it's real. Huang Xiaotao stuck close to Lin Yi. He was so nervous that even his voice was trembling. It's okay. I'm here. They can't hurt you. Lin Yi gently held her hand and comforted her. Huang Xiaotao nodded weakly. Although she was still unconsciously nervous and afraid, as long as Lin Yi was holding her, she felt much more at ease. Unlike the others who were kept in the dark, Lin Yi knew clearly after the ghost's reminder. These were not vengeful spirits that refused to leave, but low-level ghost talisman devils. They were evil things left behind by ghost cultivators. The reason why they were not aggressive was because they were all defective goods. But even so, when he saw such strange scenes one after another, especially when the surroundings were so gloomy and terrifying, even Lin Yi's forehead couldn't help but be covered in a layer of fine sweat. He was out of breath. Not only Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao but Guodeng Tao Wang Feng, and the others, especially Feng Hongyu who had just made a big mistake, were also trembling at this moment. With every step she took, her whole body couldn't help but tremble. She no longer had the mood to taunt others as arrogantly as before. Perhaps it was because she had been frightened just now that she had seen a little bit of a horrifying scene. Feng Hongyu immediately screamed in fright. Even the people behind her were nervous. First, they were just afraid. Originally, they were just afraid, but with a woman like Feng Hongyu, even if they weren't sick, they would be scared to the point of mental illness. Among the people, only Chu Bubi didn't show any signs of nervousness or fear. He didn't care about this at all. He strode forward calmly and confidently as before. Lin Yi, who was behind him, couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw this scene. Was Chu Bubi fearless because he was ignorant, or was he already used to this kind of thing? Even if this person really thought that his far-fetched explanation was the truth of the matter, in such a strange environment, it was impossible for him to not show any signs of abnormality, right? Even if the ignorant were fearless, there would always be a limit, right? No matter how courageous one was, in the face of unknown and unfamiliar evil things, they would still be afraid. This was human nature unless they were no longer human. Chu Bubi was obviously not a human. After thinking about it, Lin Yi could only conclude that his behavior could be attributed to two situations. Either this person wasn't as calm as he appeared, and was actually as nervous and fearful as everyone else, but he didn't want others to see through him, so he deliberately put on a brave face. Or this person had long been accustomed to everything in front of him, just like a forensic doctor who saw dead people every day. This kind of thing had become natural, and naturally he wouldn't have any fear. And what made Lin Yi even more puzzled was that Chu Bubi seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked with his head held high, almost without any hesitation. Even if there was a blood moon illuminating the place, the light was definitely not good, not to mention that it was his first time coming to this place. Just by referring to the route map, wouldn't it take a lot of time? How could he not have the slightest bit of hesitation? This in itself was already a big flaw. Chu Bubi had inadvertently revealed his fox's tail, but everyone was shocked by the strange environment, and their hearts were filled with fear. They didn't pay attention to his performance at all, but it was a pity that this couldn't be hidden from Lin Yi's eyes. "Brother Chu, did you come here last time?" Lin Yi suddenly asked without batting an eyelid. "Of course Chu Bubi subconsciously wanted to answer, but then he couldn't help but stare blankly. He looked back at Lin Yi meaningfully, paused and said, "I haven't been here before. From the map, this place is not far from our destination. If I came here last time, even if the time is limited, I would not be willing to go back empty-handed. Why do you ask?" "Oh, actually it's nothing much. I just noticed that Brother Chu seems to be very familiar with this area. Furthermore, we didn't encounter any danger along the way. I believe that for anyone this should be a very unbelievable thing." Lin Yi smiled naturally. "That's why I thought you'd already made a trip there last time, Brother Chu. If it wasn't for you, we might have all been wiped out." Chapter 42-54. At this time not only Lin Yi, but Guodeng Tao and the others also pricked up their ears. Before, They were confused by the situation and were unaware of this flaw. However, those who could become middle-stage gold core masters could not be fools. Now, after listening to Lin Yi's reminder, there was a clear suspicion in their eyes. Chu Bubi knew that if this problem could not be explained clearly immediately and could not convince them, all the previous efforts were likely to be in vain. He had already realized that he was a little too hasty because he was getting closer and closer to his destination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exposed such an obvious flaw. Once this flaw was discovered, it wouldn't be something that could be brushed off with a simple excuse of ample preparation. It was all because of this Lin Yi. Chu Bubi secretly glanced at Lin Yi angrily. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he did not dare to hesitate too much and immediately turned his mind. I won't hide it from you all. In addition to this map, my Chu family's ancestor also left behind a passage of words about their exploration experience at that time. It is very valuable as a reference, and I have a photographic memory since I was a child. No matter what I heard or saw, I can always remember it very clearly. After hearing it from the elders of my family, I remembered it in my heart, and now it has come in handy, so I can do this. Chu Bubi casually explained. When he said this, Guo Dengtao and the others suddenly felt relieved. Not only did they not feel that this was a flaw, but they also felt that Chu Bubi was really reliable. The fact that Chu Bubi was willing to take out this family map and share it with everyone was already a very magnanimous act. The value of the Chu clan's ancestors' words was no less than that of the route map. If they were in Chu Bubi's shoes, they definitely wouldn't have revealed it to them in advance. If he recklessly shared all the information, what would he do if someone suddenly went back on his word? Although Chu Bubi was the strongest among them, they were in the depths of Lufeng Forest. Anyone who wanted to betray them only needed to go into the dense forest. Chu Bubi would definitely not dare to easily chase them, so as the initiator, he must hide a little. So that's how it is. It's all thanks to Brother Chu. Lin Yi nodded with a faint smile, but he was still non-committal in his heart. Being fully prepared was one thing, but actually doing it was another matter. Chu Bubi's explanation could deceive Guo Dengtao and others, but in Lin Yi's opinion it was still very far-fetched. Lin Yi thought to himself, Chu Bubi was really good at bewitching people. It was unknown whether he had prepared this speech beforehand or just made it up on the spot. No matter which one it was, it only proved that this person was shrewd and could not be underestimated. Alright everyone, there's no need to pay too much attention to these things in front of us. They're just toys to scare people. Let's hurry up. We are not far from our destination. The nascent ginseng is right in front of us. Chu Bubi encouraged everyone. Alright. Upon hearing the two words infant ginseng, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They immediately threw the doubts that had just emerged to the back of their minds. All of them were excited and followed Chu Bubi to speed up. At this time, even the principle of not traveling at night in the dense forest had been completely forgotten by them. Anyway, there was still a blood moon above their heads, and the light was not bad. Who cared so much? Lin Yi saw this scene from behind. He knew that Chu Bubi was afraid that a long night would bring trouble, so he sped up. Pulling Huang Xiaotao, Lin Yi immediately followed the crowd. No matter what Chu Bubi was up to, as long as they were cautious, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if there was an unexpected danger, there was still the jade pendant to warn them. They followed Chu Bubi all the way. Perhaps because this was the spirit beast graveyard, they did not encounter any danger except for some low-level ghost talisman demons from time to time. After an hour, there was a sudden medicinal fragrance in the air. When they smelled it carefully, it made them feel refreshed from head to toe. Even the qi in their bodies became active involuntarily. Everyone suddenly looked at each other, surprised and surprised. At their level of strength, if it was just an ordinary heaven and earth treasure, even if they took it, it would not have much effect. But now they just smelled it, and it had such a wonderful effect. The level of this heaven and earth treasure, wouldn't it break through the sky? After smelling this medicinal fragrance, Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He felt that it was a little familiar. After smelling it carefully a few more times, he finally remembered that this was the smell of nascent ginseng. When he refined the gathering nascent soul golden pill for the will of heaven, the main material used was nascent ginseng. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this smell. In fact, the final gathering nascent soul golden pill had a similar smell. If I'm not wrong, this is the fragrance of nascent ginseng. Chu Bubi could not help but be stunned. Then he suddenly changed his previous elegance and shouted excitedly, "Yes, we are almost there." Really? Everyone was shocked and confused, and after hearing this, they almost jumped up in excitement. However, they were still in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. We really found the nascent ginseng? That's right, this is definitely the fragrance of nascent ginseng. Although I have never seen it before, Grandmaster Zhang Liju's rare herbs collection of Heaven Class Island has a special record of it. The nascent ginseng grows in a place full of ghost energy, but it has an extraordinary fragrance. It is refreshing and can make people feel refreshed and full of essence, Chu Bubi said confidently. Taking out Grandmaster Zhang Liju's proof, it was reasonable and matched perfectly. No one doubted him at all. They all breathed out in relief and said excitedly, "We are finally here. This is great." Following Chu Bubi to the core of Lufeng Forest was a huge risk. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives here. But now, seeing that the nascent ginseng was within their reach, and even the fragrance was so clear, all their worries were gone. There was only one thing left, and that was to follow the fragrance to find the nascent ginseng and bring it out of Lufeng Forest. Those with bigger ambitions could think of a way to get someone to refine this nascent ginseng into a gathering nascent pill. If they really couldn't wait, they could trade this nascent ginseng.